Hey, what up, chat? What's up? This is the kind of game with an ominous drone. I hope you all enjoy that. It's just kind of droning. Maybe I should start this stream with, without the overlay, so you can see what the game is showing me right now. It is a content warning, as well as a photosensitive epilepsy warning. This is a horror game. You hear that, Jaru? You hear that? This is a spooky game. Okay, yeah, so welcome back, everyone. I know this is going to be a bit of a weird turn after the string of Kissy Cutie co-op clusterfuck streams. Some good alliteration there, actually. Toffee will not be joining me this time. I'm going back to solo streaming. That wasn't going to be a permanent change to the channel or anything. But yeah, this is a game that, well, I'll be straight up. Mel has been begging me to play forever now, since it came out almost. I was aware of this game since it came out. But I kind of had the wrong impression of it. I kind of assumed it was more of a kind of a meme streamer bait game that was like, I don't know how to describe it. I thought it wasn't taking itself so seriously, but I've been hearing more and more about it over time. It's like people are calling it like one of the best meta-narrative, you know, apparently it's a love story. It apparently, I've heard people compare it to the Stanley Parable and to Doki Doki Literature Club, but better, they usually say. So this game is probably kind of crazy. I've seen a bunch of out of context stuff about it. Like, I've seen some screenshots of like monsters and pages, but I don't know what the story is. Like, none of that's really, I think, spoiled me intrinsically as to what this game is about. But yeah, I guess I'm just gonna play it and see what happens. The thing about this game, though, that I've been trepidatious about, and was recently, I kind of said, fuck it, we ball, was that it apparently has full voice acting and limited interactivity. So the process of streaming a game like this is more or less to let it happen and then like react to it. This isn't a gameplay stream, this is a reaction stream to whatever this game is. But apparently it's funny. Apparently Joseph Anderson streamed it and it was funny. So if he can do it, then I can do it. Damn right. Hi, Hudson. Let me click on it. I wonder how loud this game will get. I haven't turned it down at all yet, but it seems pretty quiet for now. Oh, like Bisha's in chat. Remember last time you were doing the art, or I was doing stream art, I read Bisaka pronounced like Misha, then it didn't occur to me that you were saying your name is pronounced Bisha. That was pretty funny. Oh yes, I should say out loud too. Mel drew the thumbnail, of their own volition actually. That was a standing offer. Mel said, if you stream this game, I will draw a thumbnail pro bono. And they certainly did. It's very good. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. I forget if this is in House of Leaves or if something that Mark Danielewski said, but I think this is a House of Leaves thing, or at least is also in House of Leaves, where it's a very horrifying story that the author insists is about love. Kind of interesting. All right. What do you think of the audio balance so far? My voice might be a little bit quiet. I had to adjust this the gain of my mic recently because my mic is like fucked up or something and the gain changed, but I'll probably have to turn down the music a little bit. Or a lot, maybe. I think that's good. Boyle effect? The fuck does that mean? This is perfect. Okay, I think I should leave the voice volume up probably because I won't be talking over the voice acting anyway. This is just Kissy Cutie's engine, by the way. Like it's also Ren'Py. It's really funny. This could be a one-stream game. Doesn't it have 400 endings? 4 million different endings? Well, let's find out. The hero and the princess. That's the only voice acting I get to do.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
They got like the little brother of the Stanley Parable guy. It's not quite beep and booming like Stanley's narrator, but he's still British. He's not quite as femme-sounding as Asriel in the Azzy Pants fix. He's somewhere in the middle. He's oh, look at that! That's so cool. There's like parallax. This game is interactive. This is actually a first-person shooter. That's awesome. British jump scare.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Got it, Chief. He reminds me of like some Dark Souls voice actor. Who am I thinking of? The end of the world. Kind of breathy. Someone in Elden Ring, maybe? It'll come to me, I'm sure. Oh, there's options. They got the Disco Elysium vertical options window. That's cool. Okay, the end of the world? What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, there's a lot of these. Holy shit. I've always wanted to off a monarch. Vive la révolution. It's immediately Disco Elysium is rearing its head here. When do I meet up with Kim? I get nervous without him. I'm okay with the world ending. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though. Wait, ain't that bad? Exploring doesn't advance the story. Got it. She's gonna end the world because she's locked up. Let's start at the start. More information, sir.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it.
The spell from
No more
Noita.
birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Okay. Oh, they changed. How many fucking dialogue options are there? Holy shit. Look at this shit. I'm playing like Planescape Torment here. How can she end the world in the basement? Is she in a basement? Or I thought it would be a tower because of Shrek, but it might be a basement.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
The 400 endings wasn't an exaggeration. I think Shadow the Hedgehog has like 300, right? Surely this game can top Shadow the Hedgehog. Seminal masterpiece that it is. Do you have any evidence? What is my character's prior knowledge? I'm implicitly being thrust into the role of an amnesiac. Or maybe I'm interrogating my own memories here, exploring my own psyche. Well, who is the narrator anyway? Has anyone ever thought to question that in the game? Like, who actually is the narrator? Yeah, this seems like a Greek prophecy type angle, like trying to prevent the end of the world's going to cause it.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Topping Shadow the Hedgehog? You heard what I said. I won't take that back.
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
That seems reasonable.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
I'm gonna keep trying to think of who this narrator reminds me of. There's probably some British YouTuber who sounds like this. I can't quite bring it to mind. Damn it.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point.
Matter.
If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
It's a cabin now. Causality, berserk.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Okay, but we all know we can't make an omelet with the... Okay, whatever.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
If anyone finds that the narrator reminds them of a particular British YouTuber, please do mention it. It seems kind of bad, though.
Does it? Are you a monarchist?
Okay.
Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Okay, you really focused on that. Never mind. Okay. This guy's fucking sassy. I hope we get to stab this guy as like the crazy third act climax. Or maybe that transitions into the third act as I stab the narrator to death. Then there's no more voice acting and I have to deal with the voices myself for the rest of the game. I've been playing too much Kissy Cutie recently, have you been able to tell? This is gonna be so weird if people come into this just like, oh yeah, new Slay the Princess Let's Play. There's this guy, the weird Tesla guy. He's playing the game, I wonder if he's any good. And I keep referencing this fucking Undertale fan game that no one's ever heard of as my sole reference point for what visual novels are or are supposed to be. Do I get a reward? The world not ending is the reward. I can see what's coming if I click that one. Is someone else? Yeah.
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Okay. I'll go to the cabin, I'll talk to her. If she's as bad as you say, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face. Thanks for telling me what to do. Sure, let's stay trepidatious.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Oh.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
This isn't centrist, chat. This, as far as I know, this isn't a political struggle. I don't think that's really the angle the game's going for, despite the funny, are you a monarchist reference?
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Oh, it's a cabin.
You'll find the princess within.
To put her in a cabin, I was really expecting a castle, tower, something that wasn't like, you know, Autie the janitor's sauna, whatever.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess.
Wait.
We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
That's a new voice inside. This game is Disco Elysium, yeah? I have intrusive thoughts. That's cool.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
They should have just one of these voices narrated by Lenville Brown, and the rest are the same narrator guy. Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Did someone prep the scene for me here? This seems fishy to me. It's like, here's your princess slaying blade. I'm gonna leave it here, but I'm not gonna slay the princess. Some other guy will do that. I guess thanks for fully upgrading the fucking nail for me first, though.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm gonna choke her out.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Okay. Let's go in the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
You would tell me that. So you can come in without the knife. That's a choice. That makes sense. Chat says that all cabins have a blade on a table. Okay. I haven't seen that many cabins.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh, princess. She's not British.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Okay, but which one is manipulating me? The one is telling me the other one is lying, and she'll tell me that the narrator is lying. Aww. Just checking in on you. I'm here to kill you. Yeah, don't beat around the bush. I'm holding the, oh, like a little, my little hand is holding the knife now.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
The fuck did she think was, okay. Oh, you can't
You
see the
walk down
cursor?
the stairs
I can change that.
and lock eyes with the princess.
Oh, there she is.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Hold on a second, narrator. I've got to enable cursor capture. There we go. That works now. The little dagger. Snick. Just cut her throat. Snick. Wait, this basement has a window? That's kind of like my room, actually. Huh. It's not that bad of a basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
That's the hero again.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah, I'm not joking. Why would you even think that? I haven't decided yet. Let's see what happens.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
Is that the voice of the hero or the voice of the emotionally compromised?
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
It's the voice of Hiro Omori. Oh, okay. He's really all about group dynamics and solidarity. I'm not dropping my weapon. I'm staying armed.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
That's true. They should have given me the pristine Glock if they wanted this to actually proceed smoothly. I guess that's not part of the deal, though.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
You know, I've seen the screenshots, lady.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
What if she kills us? Is the narrator like on my back, like a little homunculus? She just knows judo. She is a Baki character. She's gonna bite the blade like Saitama and then like poke me in a pressure point that makes my whole body explode.
You go into this expecting to die, you're going to die.
True, it's just like the GDC Audience Choice Awards.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
I can just click the slay button. Well, I don't want to be too hasty about this. This is the first interaction. There's no way this game could just be a big loop of trying to slay the princess, right? There's no possible way that could be the structure of the game.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Squint at the princess. Let's get squinty.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
Just keep squinting. Something will happen eventually.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
This is going to be the broom closet ending, right? Family was fat and ugly and addicted to hookers. Alright, let's slay the princess. I'm going to do it. Short stream, short stream, short stream.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Oh.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
She literally does know judo.
We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Ouch. I appear to be a bird man. Yeah, that's kind of a part of the game. Not sure what's up with that.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Blush emoji indeed, Outsin. Oh boy.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
That's the first time I've seen it in chat. I think you can fix her, Andrew. I think we can fix her. It's a bit more of a direct battle than it was in Kissy Cutie, yeah.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh, okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. I know a thing or two about time loops. I'm not sure that's even what's happening here, though. Getting a sense of deja vu. No, you're not. This is the first time you've been here for sure. What am I doing here? I died already, though.
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
Literally. Literally, Hitler. Literally.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Is the voice of the hero talking to me or the narrator? Are they in cahoots?
You know I can hear you, right?
Okay.
It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Okay, I get it.
What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Okay, new intrusive voice unlocked. Huge. We're making real psychological developments here.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Yeah, okay. Why should I bother doing anything? That's the voice of the broken talking. I don't think I'm ready for time loop nihilism yet. Maybe this time I should try to bum rush it.
A warning before you go any further.
The voice of the little piss boy. Yeah.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
We have two voices of the emotionally compromised. Where's my volition check, game? I need my volition check.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Kinda want to see what happens, though.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please, try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Alright.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
It is still a cabin. Chapter 2 said the tower, it is still a cabin.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
It's kind of high up there, though. Why'd they make it so high up?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay.
Why do we feel so small?
We don't feel small. We are small.
It's just the lingering memory of the princess kneeling on your neck until you faded into darkness. Oh, there's a mirror. Yeah, what's that?
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Bruh, the narrator doesn't have omniscient perception.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
Dude, you die one time and you already have this voice taking up like most of the narration. I'm not sure this was even caused by dying. I think this guy just already had this this element of his personality.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future.
Am I gonna have to do a stat check to stop making the expression?
Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
I'd probably look like a freakish bird man, which I guess some people are into.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like?
He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I want to see the mirror. Yeah, I want to see how handsome I am.
Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are.
Shut the fuck up.
I care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us?
I think what we'd see if we turned the camera around 180 degrees, there'd be a whole ass like camera crew following us. Lakitu would be there. It would look like Sonic Dreams collection. You'd have like Dr. Eggman in the director's chair. You'd call cut, then the screen would go to black.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
We're really making this into a battle. Like, you can just walk to the mirror if you want to. You're like, alright, I'm just gonna go look at the wall to the left. There's no mirror there. I'm just really curious what that wall looks like. I have an appreciation for Cyclopean masonry.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
But there's like an element that's not animated, taking up most of the screen.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I like touching rocks. It's like when I went to Rome in the Colosseum, you touch the rocks and you'd be like, bet Julius Caesar touched this rock. And it's kind of cool for about 3 seconds.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
It's just a bird man, dude. That's the rock Caesar pissed on. Well, I don't know, still kind of cool. Okay, let's fucking take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I'm gonna rush her this time. I'm just gonna come through the door sprinting, like Naruto running, like I'm playing Dark Souls. I just have to get exactly close enough to use my running attack on this Vihander, then I'll hyper frame through her attack. I mean hyper armor through it, you know? As long as you get that first hit, we can stun lock her. She's not gonna have much poise with her, like, wedding dress on.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Don't breathe, she's hotboxing that shit.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
I know a lot of people who would be lucky to live in a stone basement instead of the normal drywall kind.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
She's sounding demonic. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
She's using the voice on me. I'm fighting the Kwisatz Haderach.
We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
Yeah, he's simping pretty hard, bro.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
So they're big stairs. Interesting.
The princess towers over you,
Oh.
almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
We got, as Steven Universe would put it, giant woman. That's not the best. So this isn't going to be like a run forward and do your running attack. It's going to be more like a Yorm the Giant. Probably stay behind, bait out the foot stomp. Actually, I have no idea how to fight Yorm. You're supposed to use the Storm Ruler, but we don't have one of those.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
Get her Achilles tendon? I mean, if it's like a fire giant thing, it's probably doable. But, I don't know. She is floating. That complicates matters.
You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
No, I'm bum rushing.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp.
Oh,
It clatters uselessly to the floor.
that didn't work.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Gouge her eyes! Surely if I'm a birdman, I can fly up, peck at her forehead.
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
Speaking of Neil, it was 413 yesterday. Shoutouts to Neil banging out the tunes. Also that one webcomic, I guess.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed.
I think I'm actually a bird, yeah.
What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
They knew what they were doing, says chat? I mean, the content warning says it's a love story. They probably knew what they were doing.
Speak.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
You're supposed to end the world. No. This is like malicious compliance. This is the Chris strat, where you follow the command but do it in a way that is useless.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
There's no objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
Silk Song reference, yo.
As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
They're grayed out. That's pretty good. You're not kidding about this divine hand thing. Who's doing this? I'm going to kill you. Nah. The invisible hand of the free market. I don't think that applies in this case. I'm not sure that's a free market. That's something else.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
That's not the metaphor currently in operation.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
Too true. I'm gonna kneel here forever. Harriet Dubois puts the knife in his mouth. It says, "Let me kill you or I'm gonna stab myself."
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. but all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance.
You killed that guy in Hollow Knight though, so I'm feeling optimistic.
Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay the princess. Slay the princess. Do it, do it, do it.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward.
It's not
One
nice
step
play,
at
chat.
a time,
This is
you move towards the princess.
it's called battle. This is warfare. It's just like Dark Souls.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry.
Don't! As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility.
I'm not gonna lie. Oh, look, the knife's got blood on it now. How detail-oriented. I'm not gonna lie, Nader. What the fuck was I supposed to do against this? The first time it felt like I had a chance, like she just knew judo. I could have gotten the drop on her. But now it's like she's 40 feet tall and can control your mind. Like the power scaling is really out of whack here. Can I at least have a longer sword next time?
Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
It's what she wants.
You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you.
Please.
I'm on it.
On it?
Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
That's pretty gross.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird, thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
This isn't the most pleasant, I have to admit. What I want to see what I want to see if I can like stab her in the toe at least.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
Still not as bad as stubbing your toe.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand.
We have two.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
Gold mask ending. Why is it such a common theme? Free will. It's so underrated in fiction these days. No one appreciates the value of, choice and determinism.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet. your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is...
Ah, shit. It still happens. The accidental right click is gonna continue to be a thing. Okay. That was just a quick break. I skipped the voice line, though. That's unfortunate. I'll have to do it, though. Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before.
Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
We're back to the pledging ourselves to her.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it?
So, I don't like the sound of that much, to be real with you.
Yes, how thoughtful of her.
It's a mercy. Take it.
I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
I think the narrator's coping hard, but... Slay the princess. I said I would bum rush this time, and I'm going to bum rush.
No. Yes. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react.
Deal 50 damage by attacking her left ankle.
The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
Ow.
She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest.
Yeah.
As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh.
Bird be waved. I don't know if this is toxic Yuri, but it seems something toxic.
We can do this, can't we? You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
How is it, Yuri? Ask Mel. I'm sure Mel could put up a case. I see no difference. Love is love. Thanks, Sonic the Hedgehog. Mel can't argue for it being Yuri because of spoilers. That's all the argument I need. I'm going all in. $2 from Irving the Fourth. Well, thank you. Shoutouts to Andrew calling the left ankle. Yeah, I know my fighter giant boss fight.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
You can fix this.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You
heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest. Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact.
Ouch. This is what Little Mac feels anytime Mike Tyson uppercuts him and Punch Out.
You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this. The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine.
Hey, chat. This might be talking crazy right now. Is this game about, like... Is this game like a metaphor, maybe? Is this game like some sort of commentary on, like, relationships? No, that's stupid, right? That couldn't be. Yeah, that seems stupid, actually. I'm gonna continue.
She collapses to the floor. Her glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear as the two of you perish together. I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something.
Yay!
I guess.
It's just about killing a princess.
Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And yet, the Chapter 3 title card pops up regardless.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
It's the flesh dimension, dude. You never fuck with the flesh dimension. God damn it. Kill it.
I think he's upset. And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god.
No, that's not good enough. This won't kill a god. It needs to kill a bloody god.
Ooh, the music, though.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was, and ever will be.
You remember him being more Scottish? The narrator? Ain't nothing Scottish about it. Maybe another voice is the voice of the Scottish. And all it does is talk about Brody's tea and deep-fried Mars bars. There's no relevance to the conversation.
You're damn right we did. And you'll get over it. Can't say I have much
Stubborn
sympathy
voice.
for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed.
Bad for us, yeah.
You're being too generous. You did get us killed.
That's definitely a reasonable way to talk about a world-ending monster. She was bad for us.
Alright, enough chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions.
Is the music too loud now? I feel like the music's gotten louder, but it might still be a good balance. We unlocked Half-Blade? Hell yeah.
They're laughing at you. They think you're weak. They're making you their bitch. Kill them all. Kill everyone now.
Okay, great, you're listening.
As Harriet Dubois looks at two children playing in a park.
And at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her, and it's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it?
It's a meat mountain.
Well, this is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here. This is
Kenny.
all different, isn't it?
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that.
The princess's behavior has been historically a bit problematic, says Chad. It's a good way of putting it.
Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods if reality seems distorted. It's because reality is distorted.
Do I need to reboot my PC?
So you knew this could happen. You knew we'd be able to restart like this. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
That was quick. But I killed her last time, right? You better all listen to me. If I don't slay her, if I just stay, if I laid here, if I just laid here, then what happens?
Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens.
But I killed her last time, though.
Yeah, but is there something after the end? How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there. If there even is a there, it doesn't matter because we're going to win. Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything will be absolutely fine.
You should trust the narrator. He's objectively correct. Okay.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
It didn't even work. It doesn't count.
We died! If you didn't submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserved for not listening to me. To her.
Can we kill this guy?
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think you have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it.
I need mods to crush his skull, by which I mean voice of the stubborn.
Mods, throw this man down the meat mountain.
Silently proceed to the cabin. I'm done with this. You all suck and I hate this. I want to see what's at the top of the meat mountain.
Good, we're all on the same page.
The footstep sound is replaced by the stabbing myself in the lung sound. It looks like the trees are all hands. That's kind of cool. It's like that one Skyrim mod.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
I mean, we killed her last time, so we should just be able to do that again. I see no reason why not. Just do it again, dude.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
Proceed. But what if she's an immortal
The
meat
interior of the
monster?
cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight.
But now it's covered in meat. You hate to see it. It really brings down the property value.
But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat.
The blood trough is useful, though. I would recommend for any kind of first-time home purchase that you look for a place with at least one blood trough. You'll never know what it could be useful for, but it's usually useful for something, if you know what I mean.
That's horrible.
Foul, that is. I don't like that, it's yucky. Right proper gross.
You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
It's a bit horrible. Machine, turn back now.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
there's no door, there's just a mirror. Oh, we've had this fucking
A
conversation.
mirror? There is no mirror. I don't know
shit.
what to tell you. There
Can I go
isn't a
back?
mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely.
Yeah, I'm seeing a mirror.
Voice of the Broken got skipped. I'm gonna say he did that himself. He wasn't feeling up to that line. There's a log button? Is this it? Oh, there it is. Oh, that was the stubborn. We've done this already. Repetition is maddening. I agree.
What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks we've lost it, that we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
Title drop. Roll credits.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure.
I gotta save
I'm not
in
going
this
to
game?
waste time arguing with any of you.
Surely this isn't like a save file manipulation visual novel kind of game, right? I don't know if I can handle 2 of those in a row.
It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
It's a good idea.
You take the blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel.
You're talking about the hedgehog? Oh, the sword we just picked up. Sorry, I misinterpreted.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange.
It's a bit odd.
It really is, just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
So the meat mountain isn't the hallucination, it's just this mirror. It's really specific, actually.
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
What the fuck does the mirror play in all this? That's a bit mysterious, actually. The voice of the Broken doesn't seem to like the mirror. The narrator doesn't see the mirror. What's it representing in this clusterfuck?
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it! Let's get violent already.
Kill them now.
Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
Wipe that.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead. Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
This guy's got catchphrases at this point. We're gonna find her chilling out in like a hot tub one of these times, and he's gonna have to say that, but just like really strained, like, yeah, your skin gets wrinkly, and it's if you stay too long, you can get kind of sweaty, and it's uncomfortable. So we should kill her. She'll be happy, really, if we just kill her.
Her voice, a bellow.
Was
shit,
severing
I've
the
skipped it.
tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart?
It's surprisingly hard not to accidentally click the mouse. Oh, okay, what was that? Her voice echoes up the stairs.
Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
I think the voice of the Broken is going to be into that regardless.
She's so angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination, and we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Okay.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
It doesn't matter what we are. She needs slaying, and we've got the means to do it, so let's get a move on.
The broken is Ralsei. If anything, I think the narrator is more of the Ralsei role in all this, just...
Let's not think too hard about that. Let's just follow the prophecy, Chris. We should just do what we're told, Chris.
That's the Ralsei, that's the narrator.
If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here, and it's why your task is so important.
You're okay.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
I'm getting the sense, chat, that the form the princess takes depends on your actions in the previous chapter. I'm getting a sense of the structure, and I could be wrong, but I have a feeling it's like sort of a branching tree. Because in chapter 1, we essentially, pardon the phrase, submitted to her. She stepped on us, literally, and we died. So then she was big and overpowering in the next one. And this time, we attacked her in the big overpowering form, so now she's like a scarred, bloody version of that. I think it's like a branching tree. That seems cool.
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
What, like, step on me again, stab me with a knife 100 million times, punch me so hard that my spine explodes? Get creative. Fuck it.
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings. She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Blood and gore and blood and gore. Blood and gore indeed. There was some concern in the server actually with I'd said in the past that in some circumstances I can actually be sensitive to gore, blood and gore and things, which I didn't think it was going to be a problem. I was a little bit worried when the guy started like stabbing himself last time, but it seemed to be not a huge deal, so I'll let you know though. The absolute worst that could happen is that I'll have to go and like lie on my bed for a couple minutes and regain circulation. It wouldn't be the end of the world.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
She lost at least 20% of her hit points, pulling her skin off just then, yeah. What happened to you?
Time happened. You happened. But none of that matters. We're together again, and I'll have my pound of flesh.
We're together again. Sounds a little bit romantic, actually.
She bounds across the room, her fists ready, her heart set upon your destruction.
Oh, I hesitated, so it's
With a
over?
horrifying squelch,
Uh-oh.
you are unwound.
Ouch.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever.
Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Ooh. That was cool. What the fuck? That was like a Chainsaw Man moment. I feel like someone just brought out the new devil. It's kind of crazy. True to her word, you do not die by her hand. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Yeah, where's the narrator gone?
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
The narrator's gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended?
The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing.
It's a nice texture, at least. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror. I think so, too.
There's something dreadful about it.
I don't think you should.
Even the voice of the hero doesn't like the mirror now. That's different.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
I think the princess got sucked into the Shadow Realm by a beast of 1,000,000 hands. I don't really think we have to deal with that.
I don't want to look at us.
Approach.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you
It's
before.
different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
It's the last season of Black Mirror on Netflix. You approach the mirror. Gaze into the reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. Nice Undertale reference. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. And then there was nothing but parallax. And that's it. All I can do is go back. Oh, she's still up there. The fuck? I don't like it. There's something kind of funny about approaching this from so far away and just like, you look up the hill and go, fuck that. No thanks. I think this is when you nope out, personally. It's like low frame rate, massive hands in the distance. Alright, let's go see what's up with that.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Whoa. What are you? Who the fuck are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Vive la Ravachol. Okay. What do you mean? Is she gonna David Lynch me and say stop asking questions?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Interesting. Her design is kind of popping off. It's like a fucked up Italian sculpture or something. with the City of Tears music too. Thoughts without connection, a dim and nascent network. I'm not sure how to interpret what that means yet. It's going to be all riddly and poetical. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Okay. There will be lots of riddly and poetical talk. I have a strong feeling this is the kind of game you're supposed to replay like 50 times. I would be rather shocked if I got a concrete answer at the moment. But the music's nice. Do you know the narrator? Keep your priorities straight. We have to identify the narrator at all costs.
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Oh, that doesn't bode well. It's just two lost souls swimming in a fish bowl. Reload after reload.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
There's not really much in the world, if what you were just saying was true. Like, it's literally just the two of us making each other miserable for all eternity. Kind of like Kissy Cutie all over again. The Sans Exona route, where they're not necessarily being shipped so much as they are being inflicted on each other as some sort of divine punishment. Seems mythopoetic overall. I can vibe with this. What is the gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
Nerves and fibers. Body? What's the term? Being an individual perspective, it sounds like. I'm getting the impression of some sort of like vague and omnipotent force that's being localized into a point of view. I don't think I can be more specific than that.
This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart.
So who's talking to me? She's talking about the... Okay, so I think the hand beast, the 1 million flailing hands, are a new entity that isn't the princess, but maybe is the princess. Like, I'm getting a post-mortem here. Oh, is it like I built a vessel for the hands? Like, is that kind of what the angle is? It's like, in Enact chapters, I have sculpted the princess into this form, and that somehow is like what the, it's the outcome that this hand beast gets at the end. I don't know how that makes sense yet, but I'm getting that impression, kind of. So this is like our breakdown, the debriefing of how you did. It's like, okay, so we desecrated her, we made like a flesh beast. Placed the weight of her agony on you. She unwound herself, so we didn't fix her. There's passion and empathy in her misery. She'll make for a burning heart. So this is like, that last line kind of conveys to me that the hands are gonna like assemble a full vessel piece by piece here. It's like, this will be the heart, and if I do this again, I'll get some other piece to use. Maybe. Interesting. A lot of intrigue so far, though. A lot of cool implications.
Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
Let her out of there. Out of where? Did you send me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Okay. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Sort of what I just kind of concluded. Yeah. Okay. Were you always a princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Fair enough. I got David Lynched. That's fair. Can we kiss? Can we kiss the hand entity? You can kiss hands. It's like you do it with the Pope and stuff, I think. There's a lot of hands to kiss in that case. You are trapped in a cycle, a repeating pattern, searching for a way out. But I cannot help you. I cannot even help myself. Too true. Do we know each other? I guess we do now.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask her to let her out. I'm not a dumbass. I'm not a little naive idiot. Do you know the world's beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Oh, okay. Attack her! Get her! Beat her up! the amorphous cloud of hands. Punch them. This will surely help. Kill yourself now. This will advance the story, I think. What happens?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
I'm beginning to feel like a meta-narrative.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Right.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
I get the picture. Trust me when I say that. I really do get the picture, hand lady. Are you scared I'll find a way to kill you? Seems an odd question. Why do I want to kill the hand beast? I like the hand beast. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Okay. How many more pieces? It's probably... What is she gonna do? Say like 17? What a stupid question. What if I don't let you do this to me? Is there anything else to do? It sounds a lot like you were metaphysically kind of created and spawned into being for this exact purpose, and there's literally nothing else even to do in the world. So that doesn't seem like such a relevant question. If I help you, is that what you're gonna do? Can you help me slay the princess? Is there a world? I don't know.
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Yeah, I'm getting that impression too, lady, honestly. Most of these questions, it feels like I already know the answer to them, to be honest. They're being semantic. Fucking taking her to the lore pit now. What are you going to do if I help you? Nah, I want to find out. It'll be fine. kind of curious what she thinks of me killing her.
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Fair point. That's kind of what I expected. Okay, make me forget. Enough of this.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Huh.
You won't.
Everything goes dark as your computer monitor is smashed to pieces in real life, and you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods,
Okay.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Got it, Chief. You can skip previously seen text and dialogue by hitting the Tab button on your keyboard, or R1 on your controller. This is the voice of the Outsyn. Okay, you're ready to slay... Oh yeah, okay, you said that. So I can skip dialogue if I want. Okay, this is just like Kissy Cutie. Okay, end of the world. Seems kind of bad. I'm kind of invested. Okay, my actual thoughts at the moment are like, I kind of get the value of this plot. Seems kind of cool. Like, I just kind of want to see what happens if I go along with the hand beast and keep making the princess into new fucked up forms. So I'm not going to be like contrarian at the moment. I know there's a voice of the contrarian. I didn't call that, but what if I just go along with the narrator? I'm just gonna go along with it and see what happens. I am liking it, Mel. It's very interesting. Okay, but how much do I go along? Vive la révolution!
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
You get the hero regardless, it sounds like.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed. We'll go full plinko on her ass, Snipe. Had to
The
go
interior
Judge
of the
Judy
cabin
on
is
that
almost
pussy,
entirely
Snipe.
bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I should be skipping the dialogue, I think, but there's always a temptation not to. The voice acting is nice. Kind of the same trap as Kissy Cutie, actually. I always wanted to read the dialogue. We could wish for a longer sword. You gotta kill her up close and personal. I see the point of that now. It's the pristine Glock would skip too much of the nuance here.
The blade is your implement.
Yeah, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Yeah, I want the Dragon Slayer sword. When do I unlock the Berserk armor? I need to be able to somersault at her from across the room before she can even open her mouth and cut her in half fully.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This, her voice, carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
She was more manipulative the first time, then afterwards she turned into a god and stepped on me. Just continue.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Proceed route. Yeah, I'm gonna be the spooky one this time. I'm gonna be like Michael fucking Myers. And not the comedian, the guy with the mask.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
This is just Kissy Cutie. This is what we call in the business chat member a visual novel. I believe they're just kind of like this.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yeah, like that. No. Just march forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
This. And then I stab her in the face. Answer with a demonstration.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Wrong. Throwing dagger. Right through the Adam's apple. Wait, is that a thing? What, do women have Adam's apples? Is that like I thought that was a difference in anatomy, actually. Or is it like both have Adam's apples, but it's larger in men or something? Random thought. Does anyone know, chat? They're just smaller, okay.
So, you
So
should
we can
just
still hit her in the
drop
Adam's
it.
apple.
Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Stab her. Do it. Do it. Do it.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, that actually wasn't too hard.
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
Easy. Okay, why didn't they do that the first time?
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
This prison to hold me.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
I'm not expecting shit, lady. I just wanted to see what would happen.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Chat wants to check for a pulse.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
We earned 200 experience and 0 gold. That was too easy. Nah, she's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
She's dead as fuck.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
This is new. I've never survived before. I'm not sure what happens if you have to, like, leave the cabin. You just kind of walk back down the hill and eat a sandwich or something? What happens now?
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
We slayed the princess.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good.
The Imperial Guard
One of
comes-
these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
Comme si sur Todd starts playing. But
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Then the lights come on. Surprise! It was all a prank by Franklin and his friends.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now
is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Who could have seen that coming? G-Man's gonna be here.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
True, narrator's still here. Do I just get to like camp out in the cabin for all eternity now with the dead princess? Kinda sucks. That's bullshit. Oh, okay.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind.
Seems legit.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
I'm now stuck with Yuri's corpse over the weekend, yeah.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
And that's what I call cabin fever. Okay. Do I eat? Is there like a deck of cards to play solitaire with? Have I ever turned around and looked at the back wall even? This kind of sucks.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Eat the table. Didn't you hear the narrator? We're happy.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
Huh, gaslight yourself into being happy. Maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to. Damn. Roasted.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
You have to jump through the window like a pirate.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Waiting for something to happen.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Oh Yasumi, close your eyes and you'll leave this dream.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
I'm good with that, man.
Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be like, dead? You're right, I didn't like that idea. I'm just gonna stick around and do nothing for at least a little while longer.
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
But are enemies who are weak to guns weak to guns?
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
Yeah, I agree. Sucks.
I know
Sucks
this is
coming
out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You're not risking death over your weird hunch? I know jack shit happens if I die. I'll be pretty upset if I die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate.
You could have added a fourth wall to the cabin.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Not even a PC. You should have given me internet access, dude.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
Oh.
The end. Nice knowing you.
Piles of princess's dust.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Does Uber Eats delivered to the cabin? Uber Eats driver got lost in the metaphor void. Just what I fucking needed.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I can't get filled up on allegorical double cheeseburgers with Coke. Deja vu. I've seen this place before, high above the
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Thanks. Sign on the New York Transit wall. What's the deal with that anyway? You know what I'm talking about, chat? The viral poster on like the New York subway where it's like deja vu zone. You haven't seen this before, don't worry about it. I've seen various people arguing like, oh, I saw someone say that was a viral marketing campaign for the Control, like the game, by the Alan Wake people. Other people said it was not that. There's various conflicting reports of what the fuck that was. I don't see how that works as a viral marketing campaign because it doesn't point toward the game at all. Like, how does that work as marketing?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Voice of the Cold? This guy sounds like the fucking Broken again. What's even the difference?
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Oh, the Voice of the Cold is because I just proceeded last time and didn't hear reason. I see. That's what it's for. This is more than deja vu.
It's literally just happened.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Like I said, we've just met for the first time, you and I.
Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever. Now I become depressed? Should I start depression arc? Yeah, let's
Those
start.
are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Yeah, I did stab myself to death, against your advice, that's
Oh,
true.
we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too.
Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of,
Oh, what's the point of doing anything?
if you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you deny the time loop, and then you're like, but wait, no, but you know that what you did the previous time matters to the story. Yeah, whatever the fuck, dude.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Yeah.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
My theory is that both the princess and I are immortals who reincarnate forever, but the world remains static as a reflection of the princess.
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
What would have happened? Apparently nothing. We died the first time, right?
It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
We do get to kill the narrator, fuck yeah.
Just stay focused, will you?
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
If anything, the world ended after I slew her. When I tried to leave, everything was gone. True.
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round.
It's like that one, the woman in Homestuck, the 8-ball woman. It's just like that. Yeah, I've read Homestuck. Off by one day, unfortunate, but 414, close enough.
Yes. Maybe this whole thing was a trick to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the whole charade again, wholly aware of what's waiting for us at the end.
Charade is one of those words with two pronunciations, eh? I was wondering, I saw that come up and I was like, how's the narrator gonna say that?
But that's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her, after all. You're going to find her in the cabin. If the princess had actually been slain, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, is that how it works?
And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think happened to you last time, but it's a load of nonsense. You'll get your happy ending. I promise.
Hang on, does that have a similar root word? A character and a charade, a charade, Because both involve playing a role. I'd bet you that those are the same root word from Greek or Latin. I'd guess Greek, actually, that kara. I know that kara is, I think, a Greek name, which means joy or friend or something like that. I forget. Well, I know that charade is probably a French loanword, but if it's a French loanword, that really just means it's either a Greek or a Latin loanword, because French is a Romance language. It means happiness. Interesting. It's also Irish, yeah. It can be both. Oh, look, there's Kara written in actual Greek. That's cool. It looks kind of like Kappa. Kappa. Well, Kappa is a Greek letter, never mind. Hey, is that capital Greek letter key from Kingdom Hearts? Keyblade! That one? Anyway, okay, I've gone too far down this rabbit hole. Killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think happened last time, but it's a load of nonsense. You will get a happy ending, I promise.
Well, that's exactly what we're afraid of.
I didn't like the happy ending last time, though.
Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism. The cabin awaits.
Can't wait till we get that voice. Last time around I stabbed her in the heart and she died. How can someone like that end the world? She seems like a wimp, a total pushover, potentially a dipshit. Who locked her in the basement?
What kind of place is this?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
But the hand lady said that there were no other people. Why didn't they slay her? That's a good question.
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps.
Okay,
but it's just the way things are.
Driving a Mercedes-Benz. We have to slay the princess, Chris. If we slay the princess, we can hotbox the cabin, Chris. I brought a good doobie with me. I can share the doobie with you, Chris, if you kill the princess.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Ooh.
Of course we're special.
Okay.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Yeah, let's do it.
A warning before you go any further.
You get like a new updated content warning. This is really fucked up this time. You're gonna need a second epilepsy warning.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
She won't be a problem.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
Interesting. Last time it turned into a tower, so we're not gonna get the... I don't know. The tall lady princess, the rather, let's say, dominant one. We're gonna get something else. But the mirror is still back. Even when I looked in the mirror, it just showed me like two glowing eyes. I didn't really get to see myself that much. Did the table get fancier though? That's a weird detail. I swear the table looked less ornate last time.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Wonder how to handle this. There's so few things in this game that it encourages you to focus on them. I guess that's a strength of this format. It's like, wait, did the table's legs get different? What does that mean? Oh, hey, Pickles. How much have I gone through? This is the second pass through the whole game. So I've seen the hand creature once so far. I think this time I'm not gonna bring the blade, because I can't just do it twice in a row without changing anything. I think I'm just gonna go down there with no blade.
It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Oh, that's easy then. I don't need the blade. This cabin seems different from last time.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second life proposition. You haven't died. You certainly haven't already slain the princess.
The popular social MMO Second Life proposition. I think it could be very profitable. You should hear me out, narrator.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
I think that dogs should vote! Let's just look at the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Don't start the argument.
Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
I didn't want to start the argument, voice.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Huh. Still mysterious. The mirror is still mysterious. Nope, we're going in.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Say the line, narrator, say the line. No comment on not bringing the blade. I was expecting a rebuke for that. I should look up Point Crow's playthrough after this. Point Crow has incredibly insightful analysis. That is surprising to me as well. Point Crows. Yeah, I don't really watch much Point Crow. Well, don't count me out yet. What if my own analysis, the insight, handily outdoes Point Crows, and so there's nothing left to learn? I haven't really had a chance yet. There's a funny story behind them probably doing her a favor line. It goes back to the dev's roommate, right? It always goes back to the dev's roommate. Yo, but first, I got 50 check coins from Clement Citron. Thank you. Citron. Narrator Ralsei, Princess Kira, Hand Things Femgaster, Player Birdly, Hero Chris, Sub Noel, Stubborn Susie, Cold Snowgrave Birdly. Yes. That's a very context-dependent paragraph. Except for Submissive Noel. I think that's just a freestanding statement of truth. New AU just dropped. Let them cook. Let them cook. Okay.
The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Narrator hesitated. I was kind of curious. The skeleton got less skeletal. She was more skeletal before, then she kind of grew back a little bit of, like, skin in her dress. But yeah, she's super dead. Hope not.
Okay. She's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
Ghost lady.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin.
She's the girl from Nightmare Before Christmas.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
You see, your first mistake was coming into New Londo Ruins without bringing a transient curse with you. The ghosts are going to come out of the wall, then reach toward you with undodgeable long arm attack, and you can't actually fight back unless you bring the transient curse.
Ghost!
That's a Scooby-Doo reference. I got that. We watch Scooby-Doo here, hell yeah. $2 for Momo, though, thank you. Sans is Sprincess after not surviving. Yo, I think you might be right.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
You weren't listening, Voice of the Cold, when I told you about the long arm go through wall knife attack. It always gets you.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Some thoughts on the way she calls me killer.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Okay.
So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
Let's punch through the, like, Zelda weak point on her chest there. Grab her heart. I'm not sure we can kill that. No, she's a ghost, though. Let's see how things play out.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore. So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg for absolution, maybe?
Gonna hit me with the guilt trip?
Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
Okay. I'm not. Is she really different than the last time, the last phase 2? This seems like a different angle on the same theme. This already happened. We killed her. I warned you, dude. I warned you about princesses. What are you doing not being dead? Just Luffy pushes the zombie back into its grave. Why did you come back? How did you die? What is your age? Tell us your name. What do you want? Stop playing the victim. You threatened me. The voice of the Underlabs. The self-defense route. I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. Kind of feel bad. Do you want me to die? You want me to kill myself to satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that, and it wouldn't be hard to do it again. The voice of the Dubois. I'm sorry. Is there any way I can make it up to you? How many fucking... Look how many options there are. What the fuck is this? What is this skill tree? Okay, there's no... Like, surely these have to converge toward, like, she cuts you off. There's no way they can actually have responses to all of these. This is fucked up. One million endings. I kind of don't want to save. If I save here, this becomes like I commit to a fucking arc of my life just being clicking options. But also, you'll notice, chat, that all of these have the explore tag, which means they will not advance the story. So I can just ask all of these if I want. We definitely killed her, dude.
Yes, obviously things are strange right now. I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no changing what's already happened, but you have a job to finish.
So I gotta kill her twice, is what you're saying. Like, the slayings will continue until the result improves.
Finish how? We already did what you told us, and now she's a ghost.
You make a good point. Gotta exercise her ass.
There's a perfectly pristine blade waiting for you upstairs. You could always use it to, I don't know, slay her.
Did you leave a transient curse spot on the table next to the blade? That's what I'm saying, dude. You think I can just stab a ghost? Since when does that work?
And then what? And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after?
You already know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? You're going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much care for that.
And if you do, can you at least make sure it's the same one that Gaster's in so I can ask him questions about whether he wrote that Valentine?
I'm not going to lock you anywhere.
What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Hand lady, who did it then? The table? Does the table lock me in? There's not very many players in this stage right now. We still got all the fucking options. I killed you! Why aren't you dead yet?
I don't feel very bad. But I guess I'm not dead. So you must have only mostly killed me.
Yeah, okay.
Or maybe death is only mostly real, but it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to, not the one with all the answers. Or any of the answers.
Yeah, okay.
But we're not a ghost. Unless we are?
You couldn't look in the mirror. How do you know? The only way to kill her is if we have Susie use Mega Rude Buster. We need to find a gray door and find... Not Red Buster. A new secret technique called Mega Rude Buster. Ghosts are weak to rude damage.
Maybe that's why the mirror disappeared. We're actually dead.
I'm not sure there's a causal link between those two things.
Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept. And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely.
I'm vibing with that.
See, this is why I didn't want you to talk to her. Death is not just a concept, it is an extremely real phenomenon. Don't let her distort your reality. Cold, hard facts exist. The truth exists. It has to.
Right. And it's not, narrator is not, what do you call it, subjectivist, relativist, maybe. What do you call that? Is it universalism? Who cares? Oh, Miller, you still in chat? Did you use this as a profile picture for a while? I feel like you had this as a profile picture, this kind of general thing. Either that or you just look like this in real life and I'm getting it mixed up. Your body is right there, though. Your dead body. Just keep pointing it out. It's not going to help. Why'd you come back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper.
Read that in Gladys's voice. And not the big obvious one that you put there.
A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
Not where you're supposed to be. Okay, well, Well, I wouldn't know about that. Where are you supposed to be?
Home.
Okay.
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
Okay. Home is where the heart is? I think we removed that. It's missing, so that's going to be hard.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
True, but also, as chat says, what if she launches into a Disney song? I would like that. Do I bury the bones? We gotta go on the exorcism quest. Get holy water. I'm gonna get some frankincense. I'm gonna draw a chalk circle. Or maybe like that. There's this one fucked up Thai exorcism movie I saw, which may or may not have just been called The Exorcist or something. Now that was a weird exorcism. Or I think The Wailing had an exorcist. The Wailing had a fucked up exorcism scene where they were like sacrificing a goat or something. Maybe one of those would be cool. Are people trying to Homestuck quadrant the princess? You're probably not productive.
You want me to die? You want me to kill myself? This sounds like some sort of sick revenge fantasy. I did that.
What do you want from me? If I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. The voice of the savage, the voice of the based. This is Alberic. As for history, no, I got it wrong. That's wrong. As for you, little fishy, you're already history. Then he surfs away. I died and I'm not floating around, therefore what happened? Why am I dead? That's logical. Okay, I can ask that.
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
Kind of romantic, NGL, says chat. Yeah.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here. I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
She's getting spooky.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
That sounds about right. It's gonna play out something like you see implicitly in the Undertale, where you have Kara as a part of Frisk the whole time, but it's not acknowledged except for some very specific points during the true ending of the game. Or rather, the genocide, more like, but...
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her.
It's like Asriel possessing Chris and Delta. Yeah. Do it just to spite the narrator.
Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
What do you mean?
Now isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her
the
dead
voices.
so badly.
Gonna have to, like, the mud wrestling match between princess and narrator.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
This'll be temporary, right? You'll leave, right? Who's in control? This is important to establish. Asriel and Kara should have talked this through.
Sure, why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body.
Tell that to Kara, okay? We've seen this before.
That is a very dangerous train of thought.
I was told you'd end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
True.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
Is she literally freezing because we were cold last time? Is it a metaphor? Maybe.
She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
The cold never bothered him anyway, though. Do you want to end the world? Were you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
I don't know, maybe. Okay. My options have been taken away. Oh no, this is a sub-option. Do you want to end the world?
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
Do you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? Even if you don't want to end it, does letting you out if you mean the world is going to end? Just really grilling her here.
It does. We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise.
Okay, she promises.
The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's home, I think.
I think the way they did this voice effect is literally just reading the lines twice and overlapping them.
But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. And you ended too. But here you are. And you don't even look any different. I'm not so sure endings are real.
Uh-huh. I kind of want to see what happens if I do the Dubois option. Just have a bit of a breakdown for a sec.
Are we putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again.
If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
Fine, he's gonna boot up a tomato anus video if I keep doing this.
Like I said, I just want to go home.
If You're dead, or mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? This is worth exploring as a philosophical exercise.
A boring question with an easy answer. Nothing. She's a ghost. Ghosts can't hurt us.
I'm pretty sure she could make my head explode or hit me with her long arm knife attack.
That's for me to know, and for you to wonder about. Maybe I can't do anything to you.
See?
Or maybe I can rip your heart out.
Long arm knife attack.
Who's to say, really?
I don't like the uncertainty here. I don't know what to do or who to trust.
After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say, they're regenerating. The Lourdes regenerates if I clear it. I teleported. I wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped existing. I had to kill myself. Ask her about the situation. Has it happened to you? Do you have any tips for when this happens?
You poor
I'm on like
thing.
WikiHow.
That must have been so frightening for you.
This is the Miiverse forums. You see a post like that.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. This whole thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it?
She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right. I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest.
I already knew that.
It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
I still think she's cute, says chat. Okay. I should just, if you're dead, there's nothing to me to do. Just leave, that would be pretty funny. Grab the princess. What the fuck would that do? Choke her out? That's what the voice of the cold suggested. I think I want to let her possess me. That seems interesting. Ask the team for ideas?
We
Okay.
could always try violence. It's worked for us so far.
She's a ghost.
Who says ghosts are immune to violence?
Common sense?
There's nothing common or sensible about common sense. Action and observation are the only things that matter.
Fine, then let me observe that the acts of killing her and killing ourselves haven't got us much of anywhere. We're still back in this cabin, we're still dealing with her, only now she has a good reason to hate us.
You make a good point, voice of the hero.
I suppose you have a point. Do you have any ideas then?
They're immune to normal and fighting type attacks. True.
I don't know. Maybe we do what she wants. Maybe we let her possess us and walk out of here.
We could.
it would be something different. I like different.
I like different.
Absolutely
too.
not. If you walk her out of here, she's going to end the world.
But we already seen what happens when you do that. It's not such a big deal.
And is that really so bad? Yes, it is by its very definition bad. But those are the only options, aren't they? Violence or doing what she wants. Or just leaving her down here. Though ignoring a problem is rarely a solution, is it?
Could be funny though. Apologize for killing her.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
Rizzer, it's not too late.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
If you can go through walls, can't you just leave on your own? What made this appear?
I wish that's how it worked. But this place won't let me go.
Yeah, she's haunting that house. Okay. I think if I went further, I'd just be trying to exhaust the dialogue options. So I'm just gonna, yeah, let her possess me. That seems like something fun will happen, right? The Haunting of Hill Cabin. Let's do it.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
Buddy, chum, friend, pal.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over? I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
Hey, we got to see
So
the
this
back
is what
wall.
it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yeah, they're gonna fight.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
She doesn't have intrusive thoughts. Damn. Thought she was the one with issues.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor. Are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass,
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
It's a mess in here.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
We're gonna get the voice of the seizure in a second. This isn't going well, yeah.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
The Green Fountain is made of pure darkness, Chris. Any darkener can live in the castle town.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Fucking wrecked.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, we are or she's in us. Can we give the narrator to the hand beast if they're the same kind of metaphysical concept person? Maybe we can feed the narrator to the hands. That would be kind of funny.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
Fuck it, I ate the princess. That's probably a root. Her meat came right off the bone. You barbecue her. The Chainsaw Man relevance won't go away. Also Xenoblade 2.
I ate her.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
Now stab yourself. You have to make the ghost corporeal so you can kill it. It's just like Undertale. Say it with me, chat. This game is just like Undertale. I can't think straight. There's too much noise. You could try thinking gay instead.
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her.
One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
Just, it's like in Smash Bros. When Kirby sucks up the other character, then just jumps off the cliff. This is exactly what's happening. We can kill the narrator by jumping off a mountain.
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Princess got more supportive all of a sudden. After we let her into our body. Remember to let her under your skin, then you can begin to make it better. Maybe the Beatles were right, dude.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do.
Damn.
Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
You gotta use the voice of the hero voices the real thoughts, the things that need to be said.
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
That's also very true.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
I wonder how many combinations of these fucking voices there are. Like, if Voice of the Broken was here instead of the Cold, maybe there's no way to get here with the Voice of the Broken, and that's how it works, but it already seems like there's so much variation in this game. It's kind of imposing.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
I don't know, dude. Cold is much better than the Broken. I agree. The Broken is mostly annoying.
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door.
I do like how the voices, I think in a way the voices try to mirror the player's actual thoughts, like the mindsets that would lead you to do different things in the game. It kind of, your reward for that is a voice that kind of parodies that mindset a little bit. Like, not so much the Voice of the Broken, but especially the Voice of the Cold so far has been just like, it's the Proceed voice. It's like, just don't listen to reason, just keep clicking the button that gets you toward the goal. So you have this personification of that mindset now who kind of taunts you, or at least reflects it back to you. I think that's the intent.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able.
Who hurt you, man?
It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate. And whine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Renege is a good word. I like that word. The rare narrator ex-princess fuel. Very rare. I'm not stabbing myself now. That would be silly.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
Enemies to enemies arc.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
But we're making real progress.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Body wasn't made, body wasn't made. People in chat really want me to notice the wording of the body being made. I think I'm chill with the body being made. I don't know. I seem to be some sort of personification or I don't even know. I exist to play this particular role in the story. I don't think I was like... I wasn't thinking I had a father or a mother. I didn't have a childhood. I think I just popped into being here. It doesn't sound too crazy to me.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
I don't think Birdmen are real either. Like, those don't actually exist, so someone would have had to make the Birdman. Open it.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. You collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see...
His voice faded out.
Yes?
There's jack shit.
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
Alright. Narrator is dead.
But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
It seems like taking her out ends the world. Killing her ends the world. Dying ends the world. I think the world just ends. I'm not really sure we can actually stop that.
We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Those are good questions, man, but like, I'm not sure the distance or the difference really matters in practice so much.
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
The sounds are very loud all of a sudden. Oh, there she is. But there's no narrator anymore. You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
I'm out. You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, killer.
She really is committed to calling me killer. There's usually not a dynamic you get in couples where one of them's literally killed the other one, and so they can just use that as a name.
Don't mention it.
I think this was where I'm meant to be.
Yeah, the hands. Same outcome in the end. You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. I don't think I can do a very good impression of the narrator, but I'll try.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Nope, it's hand dimension for us, buddy.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
You got the voice of the streamer who exists outside the time loops. This kind of does put you in the position of being just another one of the voices. As someone who's like commentating the game, that's kind of the role you play. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. See, I get to be all mysterious and cagey now.
I would have kept them in the dark if I were you.
Why did you know, voice of the cold? You were just pretending.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Oh, just approach. You approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. I'm kind of drippy this time. Why am I drippy? Is it the ectoplasm? Yeah, why does Voice of the Cold know? That was weird. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Got layers of this stuff. There she is. I think it's the frame rate of this gives me the energy of like a Homestuck page where there's just some spasming gif in the corner while the text is completely deadpan and you just have to have it in the corner of your eye the whole time you read the pester log. It's that kind of effect. You are at the cabin. She is here.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Yeah, we're feeding the hands.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Cool. Before we have the cool conversation, I'm gonna take a quick piss break, I think. I'm a bit physically cold myself, which is it is immersive, but I'd like to not be cold. I'm gonna put a sweater on, but I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. This is the voice of the piss speaking. You need to piss. Thank you, voice of the piss. Hey Chad, I'm back. I ate a cookie. Feeling good, feeling great. Outson asks, has there been a piece of metafiction which as it goes becomes more and more detached until it's just the author explaining himself? Was that The Witness? I never beat that myself, but I've heard things about the ending of The Witness. You went up with live action footage of the developer's office or something. Cookie of what? That's a weird way of asking. It's just a chocolate chip cookie. President's Choice, actually. I don't know if that's a brand in the US. They're very good, though. I am slightly choking on the cookie. Hang on, let me pour some tea. Yeah, this is good so far. I'm into the game. I thought I would be into the game, I just didn't know if it would be good for a stream, but it's pretty good for a stream. As someone pointed out earlier, it's, if you're just sort of having an audiobook read to you, it's a good opportunity to talk to Chad at least. And you're kind of... you become another one of the voices in the peanut gallery, the voice of the cunning, as someone said. Which is kind of fun.
Waiter, more meta-narrative, please.
Certainly, sir. Isn't President's Choice a store brand? I don't think so. I think it's at multiple stores. I thought it was like a British thing for some reason. Although I'm not sure why it would be. It's called fucking President's Choice, but maybe it's not the president of the country. It's like another president. Sorry, I have important dialogue to read in game now, but just letting my thoughts linger on my cookie for a second. You have President's Choice sour cream? That's kind of weird, honestly. I've always thought of it as like a premium brand. It's like slightly fancier than the normal supermarket brands. They do make very good cookies. Alright, we have this thing. We gotta deal with this shit, okay? This needs to be dealt with. Very nice music. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed? It's a good place to start. What does it feel like to change like this? When this is done, do you know what you want to do? You know at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? Why? There's a lot of options. Oh, boy. This seems weird. I want to discuss this, actually, is that the self, the character that is like me, the closest thing to me in the game, seems to be the one who is like most truly in control at the end of the day. Like, and also seems to be the most knowledgeable, but that never gets expressed except for in the long quiet, as it's called, like, because this implies that the creature who I am has like its own motivations or something, or like a broader knowledge of what has to happen here. Like, this doesn't seem like a threat, it seems like a statement or a warning. So that's weird. What is that? Is this me or am I me? Is this yet another voice in the story, or is this supposed to represent like me, the player? I don't know. Like, is this a choice? What I'm trying to say is this a choice that I'm making by choosing this, or is it an inevitability that I can just convey or not? I'm not sure. Another question then is, what is the narrator? If the narrator is not like a fundamental factor here, and it's just another voice that can go away, why is he so important? Like, it seems pretty clear that on some level this game is like, it's going for relationship shit. It's about like it's a love story, it says at the start, right? And the voices kind of are like different dynamics to that. I'm not sure how they all tie in exactly, like what does the voice of the cold mean, but it's interesting to try to work everything into that framing, right? I'm not sure how directly it works. Because what are you trying to do? Slay the princess? Are you trying to, like, I'm not sure it's as direct as trying to end a relationship. It seems to be more complex or ambiguous than that. But, like, what is the narrator's role in that? Like, how does that fit into the metaphor? If he even does neatly fit into the metaphor, like... Because I guess what's driving this line of thought is that, like in the Stanley Parable, right, you had this narrator character who exists as a stand-in for, like, the intent of the author, basically. That was sort of a commentary on how the free will of a player in an interactive medium like a video game will naturally come into conflict with the intent of the author who's trying to use that interactive medium to tell a story. When there's limitations to what you can actually choose in the story. But in this case, I don't think this game is trying necessarily to talk about storytelling. It seems to be this angle of, like, relationships and other, like, understanding people. And, like, what does a narrator mean in that context? It seems like less of a direct stand-in, or there's less of a direct parallel to draw there, so I'm curious. Slaying in this context, says chat, is an expression of feeling between you both. Since neither of you truly die, death is another avenue of expression. It only works for you two. Yeah. It's like each time you do this, it's a pass at... It's like some communication is occurring between these two parties here. And it has a different result each time, and we're kind of going through different permutations of that. Yeah, that's enough thinking for now. I'm just going to ask questions through the dialogue tree. Does my appearance change to her? That's a good question. My hands? Well, I guess it's from her perspective. I don't see why it wouldn't. Because her appearance changes based on the dynamic that we have. It seems to be what it's sort of conveying, is the dynamic of our relationship, in a way. What does it feel like to change like this? Do we only get to choose one of these? Probably not.
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Sounds about right.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give a straight answer? I don't want a straight answer. I like the riddles. Keep it like that. Are you the same being who you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Gee, lady, it's almost like you're a living being. Okay. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
So she doesn't know what the end goal is. That is revealed over time. It's the process. Okay.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Yes, understood.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Should I tell her that I'm gonna kill her? I don't know why I'd want to kill her. This is why I was asking about this option. It seems like, it feels like not saying this is just withholding information instead of actually choosing not to, because it seems like it's a common thread that's not really, it's been put in my mouth basically, this intent. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met, thank you. That's a very Disco Elysium kind of energy to it. I won't say what particularly it reminds me of, though. That's kind of an endgame thing. Thank you or why? That's kind of... There's two different ways of asking the same question, or making the same statement.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
I hear what you're saying, I hear what you're saying. This person speaks the truth, I like it. Even though she's speaking in riddles, it's like, yeah, I get it, I vibe with that. What else is there to ask? What do you want me to bring you? Going out hunting, honey. What should I bring back? What are your thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart.
Okay, it's not as literal as each one becomes a body part. They're all going in the heart, but they're all facets and perspectives. That makes sense.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Wonder what that means. Huh, interesting. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be. There's so many contradictory statements here. I'm gonna kill you. You're the kindest person I've ever met. If I go back, I'll hurt you. What should I do when I go back? It's so nebulous. Well, yeah, no, heart is a reoccurring image. I'd be kind of surprised if it wasn't in a game about, like, love and shit. It tends to be used as a symbol for that. I feel like there's no way to quantify this. Is the heart, like, the most common, the most played out symbolic object? Like, there's a lot of very deeply symbolic objects in, like, human thought and culture and language. I feel like heart's got to be, like, one of the most fundamental ones. It's like the Ur metaphor. I've heard this stated. Has anyone else heard this? That the actual symbol of a heart, you know, with like the two bulbs on top and the point, is actually based on an ass, and not like, because that's not what a real human heart looks like. It's like an upside down butt. Has anyone in chat heard this? It used to be the liver. Well, they've updated it. Chat has heard that. It's a theory, yeah. Yeah, it's the peach. Because, like, where did that come from? You have to wonder, like, that looks nothing like a heart. So where does that symbol actually arise from? It demands an answer. How many more vessels? What do you want next time? I'll ask. See if she has any thoughts.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
That's what I thought you'd say. We're so on the same page here. It's like, why do we need to talk at all?
Do not worry.
Shit. I skipped the line. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets. I feel like this is true. I do like talking to this lady. She's not weird or annoying and doesn't tell me what to do.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
It's a good perspective, good perspective. Maybe that leads into why wouldn't you be kind to me? Because I am gonna kill you. I'm really curious. I want to know if she thinks this is an inevitability or if this is a surprise. I need to know.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Interesting. So she just questions my certainty. You don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow. It's like, you have to learn to know what to prefer by changing and growing, I think is the point. It seems kind of a stupid question. I don't want to hurt you. What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you, I've hurt them.
The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
Interesting. It's the slaying that generates the perspective.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Okay. What you're saying is, with fire came disparity. What if I don't want to bring any vessels? What if I want to wait here forever? I like the long quiet. I like the music here. I don't want to go back and listen to the narrator's annoying voice anymore. Hang on a sec, actually. $5 from Momo Sweet Peach. Thank you. The vessel she talks about seems to be the same as the voices you have. Like they're one in the same or parallels to one another. Kind of a good point, yeah. I didn't directly draw that connection. It's like the it feels a little bit different. Like the voices are, we get those in real time as we do things, but the vessel is sort of like a culmination. It's like a summary of the entire route that we took. But yeah, conceptually similar. You mentioned coming into this blind. Oh, you're talking to Momo. I see. Yeah. That's good. It's good to know who in chat is like. If you're just spitballing and don't actually know the answers, it's good. This doesn't seem like a game you could spoil. That's dangerous to say. Like, I don't want people to try to spoil it, of course, but it seems like it's so interpretive that it's like you couldn't give an answer to it without it just being another interpretation. Like, I'm not expecting to be like a. I guess it'll become more clear over time, but I'm not expecting like a concrete.
This is what the game is about,
you know. Enough with all this pretension. You're not actually saying anything. No, I'm vibing. What do these options do? Like, kill yourself. What would that accomplish? Seems weird. What if I wait here forever? How many more do you need?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. The task of finding my vessels is your burden to carry.
All right. Yeah, let's go. I'm satisfied.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
The jump scare every time. Get all the endings. I'm picking up what she's laying down, Chad. I'm not blind
You're on a
to her
path
intention.
in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I'm gonna let them yap for a sec while I continue to eat my second cookie here.
You're here to slay her. Are you serious? No, you have to do it. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those.
I'm not
Right?
sure that's actually an accurate descriptor of nihilism. I think you're talking about positism or something, however that's pronounced, but sorry, I digress. I'm still eating the cookie. Fuck it.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Yeah. I could be the apocalypse cop. Let's just cause the end of the world. Let's do it. Yeah, definitely no.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
Classic
How
maneuver.
convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Just keep turning around. Turn around again?
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Bullshit. I'm gonna walk in a circle, so there's no way to keep walking back to the cabin again. You're not gonna emotionally blackmail me. Good, everyone should die. That's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill somebody. Fuck them.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
The world does just seem to be the cabin and nothing else, yeah. Otherwise I would be able to leave. It's kind of what's implied by that.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Gonna get the voice of the contrarian at this rate. That's like the one I know about.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
What if there's just two cabins? Like it's literally just one path with a cabin on each end, and all I can do is walk between them. Like, you don't need interdimensional portals or warping space, you just have fucking two cabins. I'm gonna start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm gonna keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place. Good idea.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
What is pretty much is highly load-bearing here. What's the exception?
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Oh, there's a cabin.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin.
It's
and
a
not
fractal.
just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
This is an issue.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Stanley was fat and ugly. He was addicted to drugs and hookers.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
Does this mean there's multiple princesses? I don't know.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought that only happened if the princess got out, though. I think the world just ends regardless, and he's gaslighting me. What an asshole. Hate this guy. Also, I've considered that we were just in, like, northern Finland, and that's what it's like there, and it wasn't any non-Euclidean geometry at all. Oh, that's end of chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You've been sent to my summer car. Wait, there's a thing in the background. Is that a cage? Is that a wall? Is that an aperture science test chamber?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, no. Oh, she actually ended the world last time. You bastard. I'm wise to you now. Okay, there's multiple routes here, multiple ways to take this. Yep, okay, head into the cabin. Stay in the woods forever, immediately take the second death. What am I doing
here? I
here?
can assure you that you're not dead and that the princess has yet to end the world, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And to answer your question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
Literally.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what
there
we're
he is.
thinking. He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
This is Stanley.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
Like it missed us. Like it was an attack that dealt 999 damage to every atom of the universe, but it missed.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
I could commit to the contrarian, or I could paradoxically be contrarian to the contrarian and now follow along with the narrator. That would be funny. Like, the true contrarianism is to be, now that the contrarian opinion is mainstream, we have to be contrarian to that, and turn on it, right? Are there walls? Oh yeah, the walls weren't here last time.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Yeah, okay. Stay in the woods forever. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the cabin now. I'm definitely gonna slay that princess. Well, but lying. The broom closet ending, yeah. Okay.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
But I was already not gonna slay her, so...
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
This is the third barrier that the wizards made around the city. Yeah.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space.
I think there's stars
It's
on
all
the floor.
shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
It's a bit fucked, isn't it?
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I thought he was done. Sorry, I'm mesmerized by the effects here.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
My FPS are showing? It just kind of does that. How do I get rid of those?
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
Literally.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Jump out the window, do it.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
Stressful geometry.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
This is funny. They've just completely gone off the rails arguing with each other. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Do I get the knife? How do I... The contrarians express so many contrarian opinions that I'm not even quite sure how to be contrarian to the contrarian at this point.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Yeah. Touch the mirror. You gotta do it.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer.
Yeah.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cap.
But
Yeah,
there was a mirror
nothing.
a second ago.
And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
So the narrator, I think, hides the mirror because that's what ends. It kills the voices. It takes us to the long quiet. So, but I mean, we don't want to do that prematurely anyway. We have to do the thing with the princess, otherwise we don't achieve anything. It's not like we're being cheated. The fucked up table. It's a little bit fucked up. Do we take the blade? This is weird. This is the second loop, but it's the first meeting with the princess. I've never done a first meeting with no blade. I'm curious how that goes. But I'm wondering if it counts as a first meeting because I ended the world the first time. I think I'm gonna leave it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
One of these has got to be Minos Prime. Huh.
Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
Yeah, just jump off the edge and then you can fall to the door.
The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Just imagining SpongeBob and Patrick running through the perfume aisle now.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Yeah.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
Well, you're right about that one, buddy.
We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
I like the capital H. Narrator is God. The center, the soft stairs, the harsh stairs. Oh, I'm not supposed to be a centrist on stream anymore. I was advised of that. I didn't bring the knives. Let's continue with the soft stairs.
Voice of the piss baby.
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way.
I like the stairs. The stairs are nice, right? These are the nice stairs.
But the further you go, the deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequence.
That sounds bad.
It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought.
Should have been a centrist. This is just like one of those airplane slides. You just have to roll down it.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
That's bad.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you okay?
The fuck? I was tripping balls, okay? You are stuck in a cycle, a repeating pattern. I don't know what it did to deserve that. That was wacky.
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
At the end of it all, an emotion that seems to be, and then the princess. Is that the implication? She's the intersection of all of that.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
She got the analog horror stare. She does. Don't comment on it.
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Does the narrator still exist?
The princess,
Oh yeah.
eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
I didn't realize I was here. Getting down here was weird. Do you know what happened to me? I didn't realize I was here. It's kind of funny.
That's okay. Sometimes I forget where I am too.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so warm and friendly. It's deception. Don't buy into it.
How strange.
Oh.
So, why are you here?
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Classic. Is that a classic VN moment? It's like the narration describes something that's on screen. And it does seem to be the case, narrator.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Put her back, please. I don't like this. I want to go back.
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
What did happen? We killed her, then she turned into a ghost, then she possessed us.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her.
The princess interpolates across the screen. Soon, hopefully. We should multiply the princess and then riz all of them. I think it could work. What's your name? What's your name? What a weird question. Let's ask her name.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Okay, fuck.
Princess.
There are more of you. Have you noticed?
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again.
Okay,
I don't like where this is going.
maybe I do. We've reached the superposition.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are.
This is like the voices now, definitely.
How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade.
Can we? We walked through an infinite fucking flight of stairs that turned into like some sort of esophagus at the end, and then we tripped out and woke up here. Like, is there a back wall? I feel like if we turn around, we see the same thing.
Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Just cram those back together in a hydraulic press. She'll snap together like a Lego piece.
Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
We get all the perspectives at once, yeah. Is this because we didn't meet her that first time? Is this like where the second meeting of the princess had nothing to set it up? We had nothing to focus on in an interpretation, so we just get all of them at once now? Maybe?
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I see room on the screen for like at least 2 more. Getting down here is weird. I had to go through a padded room.
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
Ooh. This is kind of fun. We have a whole peanut gallery now. That's the mean one. That's the depressed one. This is Noelle Holiday. I don't know who this is. I'm not really sure what their deal is. I think they're all a little bit different, yeah. The cold one. You're apparently a threat to the world. Try to free her. Wait, are these the same option? This looks like an error. Like these are 2 options, but they both highlight. Do you know why you're down here?
I don't know why I'm here, but there has to be a reason, right? You don't just lock a princess away in a place like this without a reason. I wish I knew what it was.
Because you turned into an ogre.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen, or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Yeah, that one's a handful.
This one's for the monsters.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
Do what?
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different?
If I had the pristine Glock, I could do a... just like empty the clip.
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
It's not so bad. The bunch of princesses. Oh, that's fucked up. I don't think that's a bug. I think that's just intentionally fucked up. It's like free her and get the blade and leave her are all the same option.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different.
Moving
You
different.
experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
That sounds bad.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
I got the confusion ending, didn't I? This ain't so good. You step forward is a repeated line? I hadn't actually noticed that. Maybe it's just very useful to convey that you're going to do something.
But this... we can't...
Contrarian's pussying out now. You wanted to fuck shit up. Shit's fucked. Congrats.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Nice Undertale reference. How's that?
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
She's getting lumpy.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all.
You can't comprehend the form of the princess's attack.
Falls apart?
Huh.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
They just don't fit. Outer Wilds reference? This is worrying.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Did the narrator die? The narrator faded out, but I didn't look at the mirror yet.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We can fix her. We can fix her, chat. We can fix her.
We should help her. I think we did this.
I think a karate chop would do it. Like just it would split her back. A hearty karate chop.
Surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
As we can't see it, but Kara is actually sneaking up right now and has snapped the voice of the Contrarian's neck and has dragged him back into the void, so we're not going to hear from him after this.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
We gotta try the karate chop. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed is a good answer. This is fucked. Have fun with that one, Hands. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone, memory returns. Oh, I get the memory back once I beat the route. I get it.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
We've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
I might have a contrarian opinion to that, if you know what I mean. It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay. Aw, Bojack. There is no other side. It's usually not bad.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you. You're not messing with us, right?
Probably not. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, hey, Half-Bread. We've already done this nonsense. I am in the thick of it. Gaze into the reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. I'm getting goopier each time. Is this a succession of different things, or is it like a binary outcome? Because last time I'd grown, this time I'd withered. Did I do it wrong? I don't think it was wrong. It's probably just like different things happen each time. I got goopier though. I found myself in the long quiet once again. What's going on up there? You're at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Maybe that's productive?
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Well, damn, when you put it like that. It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse? Huh.
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Huh. If anything, that makes me like you more. I don't know what this says about me. There's a lot of subtext here. The woman who speaks in hands. You're right about that. People are talking about the names of different routes. So the one, the tower was not what I got before, apparently. People talk about the tower a lot. I wonder what that means. The mommy god route. Yeah, Outson's speaking in a language that I understand for once. Oh, I see. The Fury was the meat monster version. I gotcha. I have no opinion on this matter. I don't really like politics. I want it to stop. You're torturing me and I think I hate you. I'm into it.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
Sounds nice. What do you think of this?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walk. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Huh. I've already said that. You know what happens to the worlds we leave behind? That's interesting.
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
Does that mean... You have seen what I have seen. We have the same perspective. So it's, yeah, we're experiencing this in tandem. We're sort of the same in a way, it sounds like. It sounds like we're two parts of a whole, more or less. Interesting. Unless she's speaking, like, from the perspective of the princess, like, we're sort of experiencing everything. Our interactions by nature are experienced from both directions.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have we figured out what you'll want? Do you still not care? We can follow up.
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
It seems pretty clear, like, she's a pure kind of potential being, just exists to kind of learn and explore shit, doesn't have any goals. The point is to generate goals. Let's check the ocean filledness status here. This seems to be what this option does.
We will know when we near our destination.
Oh, okay. This is updated? Yeah, I downloaded this today, so hopefully this is the latest version of the game. Okay, so she's cut me off. No more ocean metaphors. I am a medium-sized fjord. Smaller than the Hoover Dam Basin, but larger than this other thing. Still not care what's next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Okay. So basically she's down to clown. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I get the picture. These conversations may become more, or less exploratory and more of like just a nice check-in over time. Because we already have most of the answers to like what this thing's mindset is. It's just kind of like elaborating little by little. Alright, let's do this more.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Jump scare. She's so la révéchalerie. I mean, la révéchalière.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You don't say. Kill her with your bare hands? I wanted to try that already, actually, Outsin. We're on the same page. Choke her out, like I said from the beginning. I'm gonna go May Borovsky on her ass, you know? If I lose someone, I want it to hurt. I want it to be like us gouging each other's eyes out with our thumbs until we both die of blood loss. That's what May would do. It's romantic like that. Yeah, exactly.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Caveman versus princess.
Grog smash, princess.
Gonna go in there with a rock. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for telling me what to do. I can just trudge up there if I want.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
But you see, the princess is a metaphor for, like, personal growth, so I think you are, actually. This is
Ignore
chill.
him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What if we nuke the cabin? I don't think we have I can't even afford a gun.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I'm gonna choke her out.
The blade is your implement.
Nope.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Gonna
revealing a
suplex her.
staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light
Yeah, I
in the
got
room
it.
below. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's already different, I think. If I took the knife, it was actually different. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I think even taking the knife changes her disposition, because it's not about, like, literally she saw you pick up the knife. It's about your mindset as much as it's about, like, she's a reflection of your mindset, I think, mostly.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm going to hit her with the tombstone pile driver. Her neck is gonna shatter against the cobblestones. Her entire skull is gonna detonate like a ripe watermelon. Deception route. Oh, that's fucked up.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
I'm gonna go like Terminator mode, just without the knife. That's probably the play.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I've not taken the knife before, but never on the first chapter. This is new.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of threat to anyone?
Is chat getting feisty? Someone's worried about chat's level of feedback. I haven't noticed anything myself.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'm going to snap your neck with my big hand.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, she's just up here. Use the steel chair. What have you been eating? Where do you piss? Can you show me the piss corner? I need to piss. We should ask her the important questions. It doesn't seem like there's an option to suplex her. That's okay.
Hey, girl.
Shits aggressively. What's your name? Is it still Princess?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Princess.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
It would be a sad state of affairs, yeah. So is Princess your name? Press the point.
So what are you saying? What do you mean by that?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
She's ducking the question. What do we do?
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
I'm gonna go with Toadstool. That's good, right?
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
To pick a name for herself? Wait, what do you mean? What are you implying by that? What have you been eating? Or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
What if I'm just hungry and I want a bite?
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
She's pretty skinny. She couldn't last long without sustenance. This part is so curious, says chat. What an interesting comment, so curious. I should give her a sandwich, true. That's why she's skinny? She's just lost a lot of weight down here. She hasn't been eating. She's like that one Scottish guy who drank tea for a year, like nothing but tea, and lost 400 pounds or something. He just deflated. I'm going to keep you locked away for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. I can't trust you. This doesn't add up. Okay, we're interrogating her, I think. Let her out. Okay, this culminates in getting the blade or letting her out, I think. You're supposed to end the world. Oh, that was I've never had a dialogue with no response before. That's interesting. She just turned to hit me with the puppy dog eyes. I don't think you're dangerous. I wanted to see you for myself. I'm not sure what to believe. There's something about... So the Terminator plan has well and truly gone off the rails. Something doesn't feel right.
Would everything feel right about you if you were locked away in a hole by yourself for as long as you can remember?
I guess.
Just how long has she been down here?
So, did they tell you why I'm supposed to be so dangerous?
She's too cute, says chat. They made her eyes the size of navel oranges. That's how they get you. You have to ignore that part. Deflect. Oh. No, which is why I don't think you're dangerous. Just hit her with the confusion, the hot and cold. She's a demon. She has no loyalty to anyone. The perfect woman just has one giant eyeball. So, like Amy Rose? I'm not sure I'd qualifier was the perfect woman. I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
No, chat. I'm not going to destroy the world. I'm not going to.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
We know she does.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me.
She rejects the premises. She doesn't want to play Ace Attorney here.
This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Damn, she's good at this.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I don't think she's really a princess. I think that's just made up. Like, is that even a crown? That looks like a dollar store implement. Like, I feel somehow that I've done this out of order. Like, the game insists that there wasn't an order, but like, if I'd done this as the first step, before I'd seen like actually what results from killing her or whatnot, this would probably be a lot more tense, but it's just kind of exploring. This is a new version of the princess, at least. I said her clothes raggedy? When did I say that? The narrator's pulling a Pascal's wager on us? Kind of true. It's supposed to be the I want to save her. It was the I wanted to suplex her. I want to strangle her to death with my own bare hands. For the experience, you know? But that doesn't seem to be on the table. Keep her locked away. Retrieve the blade. I mean, she's pretty convincing. Examine the chains. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here. I'm getting you out of here. Don't make me regret this.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
There was a
Maybe
key?
it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That would be silly. Nah, it's under a floorboard. It's outside in the sewer grate. We gotta put gum on a fishing line to get it back. And if there isn't a key, do you have other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Karate chop?
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Oh, like 127 hours style.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Who the fuck's out there? Is that you, Gostock? I'll kill your ass.
Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
That's probably the narrator up there. It's like a little goblin. Well, the knife's also out there, so I'm going to have to suplex her at this point.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Got locked in the broom closet.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
They, yes. All the people in this world who I'm fighting to protect, they did that.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
So now I can suplex you, right? Are you at least open to that?
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Oh my
hesitates
God.
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Jesus Christ. That escalated really fast.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
How's she gonna break the bones, though? That was the limitation on... What was his name? Aaron Ralston? I forget. The 127 Hours guy. I think that's... I actually read that book for some reason. Apparently he cut his arm off at the elbow instead of where the rock was actually crushing the arm, because he would have to get through the bone otherwise. He didn't know how to break the bone.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
It poofed in.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Oh. Okay. Very... just a dichotomy. I want to see what happens with Armless Princess ending. Interesting.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Is that the profile picture you had, Mel? This one looks familiar. She really doesn't give a shit.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Oh, it's a very pristine... Ow, that looks painful. How is she fine with this? She's just built different, I don't know.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
Take care, Andrew. Why the warning in all caps, Pidge? What do you mean? Why the warning?
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
She actually just has a nerve disorder and doesn't feel pain in that limb, so she's fine.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
She is pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Like, the missing arm is kind of scary, but it's the eyes, man. They made her eyes the size of grapefruits.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
What's your deal in this anyway, narrator? What's your end game? What are you playing at?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh, there's a lot of them. Warn her. Do it. We gotta warn the enemies about Susie before she hits them.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Deflect the knife with your exposed arm bone.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
This is funny.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
Yeah, it's this guy in my head called Narrator.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She gonna stab me to death?
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
This is awkward. Ow.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
We have to let her stab us to death.
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Yeah, this is a love game, chat. Correct? This is a love game. It's a love story. This is romantic. I think I've read enough, like, Umrizi Pants fan fiction to understand why this is romantic.
I'm sorry.
Ouch, I think one would have done it.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Shit's going hard right now. Wet cat of a woman? I mean, literally the blood is quite wet.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
She's choking me out after all that. I wanted to do that to you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I've seen this place before. You bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. You did override my control.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Hell yeah. I like this guy. The voice of the Riz. This will surely lead us to healthy conclusions. I'm gonna do whatever this guy says.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
What, like you personally? Like specifically that one voice, and the rest of us can fuck off. This guy's got some cojones, you know.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
I think that sounds funny.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Yeah, let's just go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
Yeah,
we already
whatever.
told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Yo, I think he's got a point. She is pretty cute and her eyes are really large.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
It's the same voice, dude.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
This is just Iron Fist Alexander.
Oh ho! A hearty smack on the bottom will free me from this whole tarnish.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet.
My talk of smacks on the bottom will not be stifled.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Do it.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I kind of want to just go all in on the voice of the smitten. That guy's funny. Let's do the usual mirror thing. Should I start the argument? Let's see if the smitten has anything to say about that.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
It doesn't matter.
But
it really
it
doesn't
does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to? If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What? But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone.
Oh, it's gone.
Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Let's go. I'm all about gallantry.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
No, this is romantic mood lighting. This is like a steakhouse down here.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
Yeah.
I can hear wedding bells already.
That's because it changes to suit your perspective on the matter, sir. But
I've
yeah.
held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
It's funny.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Nah.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes
you-
with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
It looks like she could jump out that window. It's not, like, it's pretty big.
You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Maybe I am talking out loud.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
We're in. She's into it.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
She also said come back.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Maybe she'll call us a narrator if she keeps talking. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
We can fix her. She's precious, says chat, but maybe a little too for my tastes. I think that was a typo, but it's really funny. It's kind of like the movie of all time. She's too for my tastes. I feel that.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Very true. She's at level 0 for sure.
And you've died before.
I mean, 1.
So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done.
Dude,
what matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
We're on like world 11 at this point, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
But the hand lady seems to be liking the progress so far, and that's all that really matters to me. It seems fine.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is. Now,
Yeah.
Hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
End of the world. Yeah, we do, yeah.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
I'll do my job all right.
You killed me, and it hurt a lot. Good. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
I guess so.
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
Unionize the job. All the voices form like a fucking workers' union against the narrator. We're gonna need it's more Disco Elysium. We need a rhetoric stat to give us the voice of the communist. That's gonna be a really fucking annoying route.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Okay. What happened after I died? That's a very good question.
You died, and now we're talking.
She has like a anime face right now. They totally gave her. It's a little bit. It's like her whole design has been simplified slightly. But before we started talking, did the world end?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Jesus Christ.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Okay, I'm starting to get second thoughts. I don't know if I like her anymore. She's like a weird waifu now.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No. The world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow, painful ruin to them all. It's all angry apes. shouting at each other about money. I have no feelings. One way or another.
At least you're being honest. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist.
I think you misunderstand.
The princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
How many like layers deeper do we have to go before she starts talking all like oh whoa speak? Can we get to that level? I'm not sure I want to. We're gonna give that shit to the hand lady, and she's just gonna look at us, be like, "What the fuck, dude? I don't want this one. Put it back. Put this one back."
Me too. I don't care.
She wasn't confused
Sway
for long.
the princess.
If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable, and our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her. All is well, and it's high time we rescued our beloved.
I think he's rolling his R's more the longer we let this guy talk. You have 24 hours until the piss droplets hit the fucking earth! The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. Yeah, I'll go there.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Wow, that's so validating.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Can we get this guy a pair of rose-colored glasses, please? He's spoiling it.
That's because she's perfect.
There
Do you
we
think
go.
she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Almost certainly at this point. It does seem like that after the confusion route.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
There's no other... I mean, maybe not like you, the other ones, though. You seem like a fucked up outlier. I want to know what your deal is. I don't trust you.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
True, she's perfect. She wouldn't have a stinky narrator. I didn't bring a knife.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Oh, is that... Oh, we conceptualized her wrists as so thing that she can just come out of the handcuff. Easy.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
Nah.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
What if we just disassemble the tower and take that rock with us? That would work, right? We could just carry that around.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I mean, we've seen what happens. She can definitely slip her hand out of that in one of the routes. It just doesn't look so pretty. Rescue the princess.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring in the electrochemistry stat.
I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Those titanic depths are gonna leave the narrator looking like the Ocean Gate submarine.
You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Yeah, but, like, what does that really mean? Doesn't seem to do shit.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
She just liked wearing that. She was just waiting for us to show up, actually. She put that on so we'd have something to do.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Damn straight.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Yucky. I hate affection and pretty women.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Damn, Frisk often said this.
What do we do now?
Her eyes are getting bigger, actually, by the second. What do you want?
What do you want to do?
We leave and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next.
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
What do you do now? Make your eyes bigger.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
I still think the world ends regardless of what we do. It seems like literally nothing prevents that. Unless I went back and didn't kill her, or no, I killed her instantly and then just literally waited in the cabin for all time. That wouldn't result in an ending, though. Like, I want to go back to Hand Lady.
You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Yeah.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
What's she gonna say?
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. Something.
I want you to tell me what you want. Don't give her any ideas. I want to figure out the rest later. Let's just keep looping and see how deep it can recurse. Maybe that's how we start getting her to talk in OO speak.
I just want to make you happy.
Yeah, okay.
She can't just want to make us happy.
It's pretty cool how your eyebrows go above your hair like that. That's impressive.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Yeah. There must be something you want, but what would make you happy, though? You don't get what I'm saying. Like, what would make you happy, though?
I just want to make you happy.
She's getting simplified. That's incredible.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
We're fixing her. There must be something you want. You have to want something more than just making me happy. This is an ultimatum. You need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me. That sounds too much like good advice. I want you to make me unhappy? I think this would short circuit the Matrix at this point. The only way to make me happy is to make me unhappy. Paradox, paradox, paradox.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, I can make you unhappy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but
She's
this
degenerating.
isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
I love this guy. We just broke space-time with that. You have to want something more. Do you want to end the world? You need your own thing. Okay, seriously though, you do need your own thing. Like, this doesn't really work.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
These drawings are great. We're gonna get to a point where like, it's the developer's like niece who drew these.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
Did the narrator die of cringe watching this? I don't think she's going to be happy with this one. Or maybe she will. She said she didn't care, right? Like, we're putting that to the test. Like, if you really didn't have an opinion, then you can't be upset with whatever the fuck this is. You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. We'll be fine. You just have to go. Memory returns.
No. She was our perfect match.
Yeah, she got sucked. They do that. They got sucked into the void afterward. I forgot to tell you that.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh, I know where to find her.
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It resets your dumbasses so I can continue to undergo my spiritual journey. Yeah.
But it feels so bad. Like, looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
If I delete you, you won't have to feel bad about the princess being gone anymore. How's that sound? I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Kinda lied to them. I guess it doesn't matter in the end. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Oh. I'm not goopy anymore. I've unraveled. I've shriveled up. What was the one that made me grow? It was the ghost root, right? I let myself be possessed. I'm not sure that's like better or worse though. I think these are all just different descriptors. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. There she is. Looking like a seasonal anime character.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
You think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Okay. I don't know what to think about that one, actually. Yeah, this face is a weird delivery mechanism for that voice, but whatever, we can deal with it. Do you think anything is real out there? Are we real? I mean, objectively, no. But, you know, just take an existentialist approach and don't worry about it. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? I'm very curious to hear your opinion. Very curious. I'm like snickering a little bit.
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Oof. Rough. There's still value to be extracted, though, from this thing. You molded her to love you. This is a bit Reddit of you, but I understand. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
True. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices who speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one? The narrator wants me to kill you. Does he? Is that what he wants? Does the narrator even know about you? I guess he knows about the mirror.
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
They don't. The princesses don't have voices. Because the princesses, that's kind of what I was saying. The princesses, like, are the voices. They change wholesale. Whereas I pick up voices. Who the fuck is the narrator? He does, I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. Is the spaces beyond, are we talking like outside the game? Are we talking meta? Or are we talking something else? I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. And when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does. And when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. So he does. Now, these are interesting. Do I want to kill Narabuddy? Kind of. I mostly want answers. This is a tough call. Which one? I guess here?
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Within ourselves. So when you say we established you're like a concept or a more of an idea, and perhaps also me, like we're kind of the same person, we're parts of the same entity. You're more of a reflection of my psyche than anything, probably, maybe. Or you represent just the concept of like how I relate to the princess even? It could be even broader than part of me. Gee whiz. The sun and the moon make an eclipse. Damn. That's profound, chat. Saying the hands are the eclipse. So, but still, what is the narrator, though? That's very... Like, what the fuck is the narrator? How's your fullness stat?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
Oh.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
That sounds good. I'm into that. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you? I once again have no preference. Just not this again. Not another one of these. Please, it should not speak in Owo language. It should not say Owo.
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm going to stay here forever if I have to. What's there to be scared of? This seems chill. Do I ask for a straight answer? I feel like this is a cop-out. Like, either she's not gonna answer me, or I'm not gonna want the answer. I kind of like the ambiguity. Do you think we're real? Let's ask.
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something,
But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
I'm sure at least one pair of stoners has discussed this while high before. That's how you know. I have heard this phrased differently as some sort of metaphysical stance. I don't know the details. I think people try to phrase it mathematically sometimes even. Fair enough. It sounds right. That's usually all you really need out of a metaphysical philosophy. It sounds like it could be true, yeah. Let's go. Okay, brace for the impact this time. Brace for the jump scare.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Looking forward to it.
I will be here, waiting for you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, goody.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Hand Lady said that the narrator feared her, as in Hand Lady. Narrator's been telling me to slay the princess. Slaying the princess is just fodder for Hand Lady. Does the narrator even know about Hand Lady? Does the narrator know what he wants? I don't know how clued in this person actually is. Because, like, whatever I do, I guess I haven't fully obeyed the narrator. Like, if I literally do exactly what he says and stay in the room forever, maybe I never reach Hand Lady. I guess I had to kill myself to get her that one time, but I don't know. Do I get a reward? Let's just get up there.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't think I'm open for recommendations still. Just because this is the last route doesn't mean I want a recommendation of what to do. I'm just gonna wing it.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
What are my options? Take the blade. If I take... I'm not allowed to repeat territory, right? So if I bring the blade down there, something new has to happen. I tried bringing the blade twice already. If I hesitated, she steps on me and I die. If I don't hesitate, then I kill her. Or I could take the blade and refuse to kill her, maybe. That would be different. Take the blade and refuse to kill. Or I don't take the blade, and I do decide to kill her after that. That would be weird. I mean, don't take the blade and refuse to kill is what I did last time. I think I'm gonna take the blade and then refuse to kill her.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Because she gets more aggro
The door to the
if I bring
basement
the,
creaks
the
open.
blade.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Don't let it fool you.
I'm just checking in on you. Hi! OMG, hi! I'm just checking.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Her voice sounds really different in this context. I'm sure it's the same actor, but it's this particular persona has a very different way of speaking. No. I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I tightened my grip before. Let's drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Is this? I wonder if this is back into the dialogue tree from
So
before.
here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
But she's in this. She's different. She has a different disposition still, so it feels like this is new.
Awkward. Yeah, Mondo awkward, actually.
Are you coming on to me? Yeah, okay.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
That is how it works. I was hoping you could explain the themes to me, though. Can you do that? Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is a different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
I've seen how this goes.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, she lopped that shit off. No problem. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
Brunhilde.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Keep her locked away. I've never done this before. Ignore the problem. Let's try it.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
It's a good compromise, yeah. I'm being a centrist, Chad. I'm doing it. It's the one path I've been afraid to tread.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here.
One
You
way-
can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Sorry, I'll recite the meme after she's done talking.
One way or another, that princess is not gonna make it,
Says the narrator.
And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
She's still kind of cute, I gotta admit. Scarier than before. Yep, lock her in the basement. Do it.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
Yeah, but, you know, it's something new. If there's one thing I've learned from Hand Lady, is that it's all about the experience.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
People are listing body parts. What is this? An underscores album? $2 from Momo to say, I just realized she reminds me of Roko's basilisk. I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to ask. I know that you're not supposed to ask. And once I'm out of here, there'll be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
Nope, we're sticking to the plan.
You'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
That's gonna help. Table Chan is going to save us.
Okay, we can make this work.
Quickly disassemble the table into an elaborate, barricade for the door, some sort of brace.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
She's come out.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. And it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
We should run? Well, we know that what happens if you run is that you come back to the
She
cabin.
sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
That's a very loud noise. Threaten me all you want. That was just an act. You're not really innocent. You're a monster. Go to sleep.
Everyone confused? Me too. So I go to sleep.
You're a monster.
I could be innocent and harmless, if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
You should have built a better barricade.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna help much.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
You going Silent Hill on my ass, Snipe.
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on?
Chat can still fix her. It's not too late.
Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Her eyes got bigger in this route too, but I don't like him as much.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Princess, you need to lower your polygon count. You were lagging the server.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
Is that extra dialogue? Damn, you're astute.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh, that wasn't so bad. Chapter 2, The Nightmare.
Nightmare,
You're
nightmare,
on a
nightmare.
path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
I got the
You're
deal.
here to slay her.
Okay. We got the ominous music, though. She's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice.
Sekiro!
You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you?
I missed what voice that was, actually.
Shit.
Paranoid, oh god.
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
How are all the voices the goat? How many goats are there in this game? Yeah, sure. Let's go.
A warning before you go any further.
I have a feeling somehow that, well, actually, I don't know. I haven't tried that on the second time. Like, if on the second round, after you've activated one of her aspects, if you then try to leave and get, like, the confusion ending, is that different? Or I feel like it would somehow converge on the same one, because that's already, like, multifaceted. It's kind of hard to picture how that would be modified.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do
take your
everything in
organs
her...
out.
I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Huh.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Well, this is pretty different. There's spooky ghosts outside. I don't know if you noticed those.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
The open-ass door is pretty spooky. I don't like that.
It's just an empty frame. She's already got an out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
I don't think that's her.
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Fuck the mirror. Cabin's different.
Very different. I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right? She knows that we're here. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Do I bring the blade or not? I feel like it almost doesn't matter at this point. They're both going to be disasters. I think I'd rather be armed. Take that.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I want a fighting chance against the ghosts.
Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
This is what I'm talking about. The pristine Glock would simplify this a lot, but does the narrator giving this to us? Is that what you're implying? How do you know that?
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Try the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Yeah.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Well, nothing else to do. Okay, let's go.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
Emphasis on the isolated. We got eyeballs.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes.
True.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Yeah, I somehow don't picture that going well. But I managed to slay the giant one, so maybe this is also doable.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
True. She did just look at us and we died. That's usually bad. How hard is it to throw a knife? That's what I was talking about.
It can't be that hard, but then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place. It'll be enough.
I'm gonna talk to her. The voice of Frisk. We need a plan. We don't need a plan. I'm just gonna kill her. Narrator thinks we can do it. You're all being such pessimists right now. You're really harshing my vibe. I'm just gonna go on windmilling. I'm gonna be like a blender. Kill yourself? Step off the void between the stairs? Oh, what does that one do? I want to see her. Let's talk.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Well, I don't think stabbing her will either, so moot point.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, They diverge in opposite directions,
You get
left and right.
The branching paths sometimes. That's interesting. I've only seen this once before.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Is that person in chat like a bot? What's going on? Are you a bot, or is that a copy pasta? Just to stop spamming, whatever that is. Okay.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
I haven't unlocked that one yet.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
Yeah, my grandma's basement looked kind of like this.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Nice harmony. There's no descriptions of the paths. Do nothing? No, I went right before. Let's go left this time. Seems like a good idea.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Oh, she looks different.
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Throw the knife.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
She's not supposed.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
That's bad. It's acute global organ failure.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
We're being narrated back into existence.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Oh boy.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Liver. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Stab. Right there.
Liver. Nerves.
No, talk for a long time. That's the good idea.
Liver. Nerves. Heart.
What good am I you alive? What do you want?
Nerves. Heart.
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Yeah, if I die, this all just resets itself.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves.
Why did you threaten me?
Heart. Lungs.
Why didn't you try being nice to me? Where are you being so mean?
Liver.
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me.
Lungs.
You seem miserable.
Heart. Lungs.
liver,
I can't let you leave.
lungs, liver,
You're a lunatic. You're crazy. You're cracked.
lungs, liver,
If you want to work together, can you turn off the organ shutting down?
liver,
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
I see.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Probably some element of subtext to this too, I think.
liver,
Hmm.
nerves, heart, lungs,
We don't have to be enemies. We can work together. I'm not sure we can anymore.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
Remain with your nightmare.
liver, nerves,
Remain with the nightmares? That's an interesting option.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
How about I just kill you?
lungs, liver,
Princess cocks her head, neck cracking uncomfortably,
liver,
and you can't help but imagine a smile carve its way from ear to ear on the other side of her mask.
Thinking about that knife, are we?
liver,
Put that little theory to the test. See how it plays out. But I don't think you're going to like what happens.
lungs, liver,
Because even if you make me dead, you're not getting out of here.
Oh.
This place is mine. And I'm not giving you the stairs unless I'm leaving with you.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
We can be friends?
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
liver, nerves, heart,
Okay.
liver, nerves,
What if I refuse to let you out?
liver,
Then we're stuck down here together. Until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
no, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Only until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out. And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
Okay.
nerves, heart,
I don't know what to do. All these options seem bad.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
I'm kind of feeling like go berserk and try to kill her.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Just go berserk.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
This seems like I just die.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
I'm probably just gonna die anyway if I do that.
liver, nerves, heart,
Yeah, just go into a rage state, froth at the mouth, and go.
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body.
lungs, liver,
She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart.
I did it.
We did it.
nerves,
We actually did it.
liver,
Oh, hell yeah.
heart, lungs, liver,
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
liver, nerves,
Oh.
heart,
Can she?
liver, nerves,
We've already seen how she can change.
heart, lungs, liver, nerve,
You're not getting those stairs back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground, unmoving.
I did it. I saved the world.
heart,
Oh. I can stop now, can't I? I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right?
Interesting how the voice of the paranoid kept me alive there by reciting the incantation.
But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us. It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
Oof, that sucks, buddy. But, you know, we've already done that before.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's gonna end. Eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end.
All the narrator's endgames seem to involve eternal stasis, like literally eternity. Just wait infinitely long for nothing to happen. So it's kind of the same as there not being endgames. Like, The narrator doesn't offer any ending whatsoever.
I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though, does it? What do you mean? We still have a way out, clutched in our hands. Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before.
It's pretty simple.
That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care? I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
Sounds like cope.
Why?
If I die, then this world ends anyway. That seems to be what happens.
What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that. Again? That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once.
This is round 5.
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you? Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though.
Oh, what does it explain?
Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
Then she becomes really tall. It's not so bad.
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Okay. What about now?
No.
Oh. That's good. Okay. I've got the best company to ask for. You guys! What more do I need? Am I a creature of biology? I won't starve or die?
That's a grim thought, innit? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out. Use it.
How about now?
Still no.
Okay. Are you stuck here with us? You're capable of going places?
I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't. Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest.
All the voices are British. Have you not noticed that all the voices are British? Except the princess. You gotta spill those secrets. I'm gonna wear you down. You'll get bored here. Turn to Sans on his ass.
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it.
If I do this for long enough, do I get the voice of the Contrarian to come back?
I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
Voice of the Paranoid evolves into voice of the Contrarian. You don't want us to die because you'd be lonely.
Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely.
The fuck are you capable of?
Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
The narrator hates the princess because she's American. The concept of an American princess is definitely worrying on its own, yeah. Secret?
The narrator ignores you.
He's gonna bring in the Stanley Parable one if I keep
You can't
doing
just
this.
describe yourself ignoring us. I can.
Getting meta-contextual.
The narrator continues to ignore you.
Take my option away.
More time passes. You're still here.
Thanks, ancient reptilian brain. Take me on the nothing train to fuck all Burra.
More time passes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna kill myself.
You remove the blade from the princess's body What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
I think of stabbing myself looking at Omori.
Throw the blade into the void. That's a fucked up suggestion. I want to see what happens next. Open a dark fountain. Kill the princess again? Kill the void. I don't like that option. Because the last time I killed myself, I got an interesting kind of... Oh, it's an explore option, so that's not going to change at the ending. Okay.
Oh no, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. It's gone. Now you're really stuck here forever. You mean, other than starving? Right, I mean, other than that.
Wait.
You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer. But eventually the thirst sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing. Nor does it stop your biology from unraveling.
There's a corpse right there. Yeah, and I'm starving to death.
The only things you know for certain are that it's long and that it hurts. The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words.
Probably shouldn't have thrown the knife into the void.
We really shouldn't have tossed the blade. No, you really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come, everything goes dark. And you don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
Why are people talking about autosaves or auto loads? Why would I have to load a save? The Wraith. That sounds bad.
You're on a path in the wood. Shit. This really doesn't end, does it?
I haven't gotten a chapter 3 in a while.
It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
New voice, though?
Yes, so it does.
Oh, this guy's back. Okay, this guy's interesting.
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be.
Cold bro, cold back. This is the first time I've seen a voice, like, come back. It's kind of exciting.
What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
I know that when she looks at me, my heart literally explodes. It's a sign that we're meant for each other.
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included. Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice.
Way more than twice, buddy.
All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again. This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore.
It's spookified, the Halloween pass. You know, they put up the cobwebs.
That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end.
It seems like a special occasion when you get to the 3rd chapter. I didn't really notice that at first, but often it ends after 2. So this is only the 2nd time I've seen a 3rd chapter like this.
Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright?
Are you the same narrator you were quick to accept that we've met before?
Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no.
Fuck off.
Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, it's not very good. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
Yeah, I can look into that. That sounds kind of fun.
They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
We've been killed. We've killed her, we've been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're gonna fall through this loop forever, eventually we're gonna let her out. We might as well do it now. Have I even... I think I did that already, actually. A couple times.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
It's more like 15, dude.
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things will be easier if you didn't. And you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
I don't think even you know what the fuck you're talking about anymore, buddy. I'm gonna be real.
Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them.
Like the narrator's just saying words.
On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
Game design's easier if you don't have choices. I don't think, like, the Stanley Parable did this. Deltarune did this. I don't think this needs to be another game about that. This seems like it's treading different ground, in fact. Maybe a little bit as a treat, but I don't think that's the main thing it's going for. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? There's something else we haven't tried yet. Turn around and leave? I have tried that. It doesn't go well.
Then she finds a way out on her own. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. And why is that? Because it's cowardly, for starters. And because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
You fucked up. You should have tried harder. Okay, leaving doesn't do shit. I'm going to
continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense.
I think the inevitability... I don't know, it's strange. With the context of Hand Lady, this is all serving a purpose here. But without that context, it is like the narrator just wants to keep us in a fucking loop forever. Even acknowledging himself that, like, it may serve no purpose, you just have to do it forever. Which again boils down to the thing that the narrator's conclusions don't seem to need to be conclusions to him, they just have to be perpetual. but it seems like Hand Lady renders most of this mute. We know that we're gathering experience. That's what matters. It doesn't matter what happens, it matters that we experience it. And that's the persistent value that we're taking away from this.
Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Piggy's gonna blow! Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you given
There's
up?
obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue. Would you look at that? We won.
We did it.
Take it however you will. The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward.
Did this happen the first time I got to chapter 3 too? The mirror appeared blocking the path? I think it did.
The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Ghost eated it, I guess. It's a cool hallway. I kind of want a hallway like this. Just to, like, this is hypothetical, like, uncle's house in the mountains. You go to stay there, and he has this thing stuck onto it, and the only purpose this hallway serves is it leads to the only bathroom in the house, and you have to walk through it in the middle of the night whenever you want to piss, and the windows don't even shut, like they don't even have sliders on them. It's just to spook you the fuck out when you walk to the bathroom.
Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time? I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Doesn't really matter to me. Let's pretend there's a mirror at the end of the hallway, and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
Okay.
Are you saying there isn't a door? Are you saying that at the end of the hallway there's just an opening again?
The really spooky death mirror. What is the mirror here? It seems like it's a very obvious, like, it's obvious to say that it's some sort of reflection. When you, like, meeting a Hand Lady is literally us reflecting on the last loop. Does self-reflection make the voices go away, though? Usually that's not really... Self-reflection is when you hear the voices. Maybe that's not that direct of a metaphor, though. It is a spooky mirror, for sure. Very spooky.
He didn't say door, did he? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening. It's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty void, there's an invisible one. For all we know, she could be standing right there behind the mirror. For all we know, she's gonna jump out at us, and there's nothing we can do to stop her.
She's actually just pouncing, like, actively at us right now, like Foxy, and she's gonna intersect the mirror as soon as we get up there.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
Do it.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
I literally don't know what this word means. I've heard this phrase. What is a hackle? Does anyone in chat know?
Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway. I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe it.
I hate that I know what's about to happen. Knowing makes it so much worse.
Oh, hackles are the fur on your back. Oh, so I'm like a bird creature. Right.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Oh, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
This is the fake out before the jump scare.
Hopelessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
I keep thinking the ellipses here are like 3 eyes, like glowing spider eyes in the darkness.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap.
Snake lady?
Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
What even is she? Is she like a snake monster like in Dark Souls? I have legs, by the way, kind of crazy. I didn't know I had legs. That's the rake, yeah?
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me. So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
More possession?
And you get to watch me do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us. And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
You don't think this guy is actually a bird? That's true, Pidge. He'd probably be able to fly if he was a real bird. Maybe he's an ostrich.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt. Then turn off the part of you that feels things.
Oh, good idea. Good idea. I hadn't thought of that one.
Oh, like it's that easy? It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain.
Fuck off, edgelord. Shadow the Hedgehog.
Except that pain hurts.
True that.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition.
This is the Shadow the Hedgehog talking about how he broke out of the time prison by breaking every one of his bones at hypersonic frequency and then learning to walk again with all of his bones broken.
Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad? You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
We're even. You killed me, and then I killed you. Water under the bridge. I'm a victim in all this, too.
And sometimes victims become the same as their victimizers. Just because someone hurt you doesn't mean you get a free pass.
Funny how she says that like it's a bad thing when it's exactly what she's doing right now.
Yeah.
Something tells me pointing out the irony wouldn't do much to help us.
You should be grateful that I still have a use for you. Being mine is more than you deserve, really.
Is she getting yandere with it, chat? Is this a yandere simulator? Uh-oh. Kind of worrying. Water under the bridge. Fair is fair.
I think you forgot something. Like the part where all this started when you left me to languish in a pit all by myself. Now I've become something so much worse. And it's all thanks to you.
Maybe now is the time to riz. Yes. Yes.
If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding.
Skeleton lady.
Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head?
Yeah, narrate a big rock over her head.
And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock.
You totally could.
Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
You made the blade fall right out of the sky one time. Just do that. Why don't you just make the blade materialize in the princess's neck? If you can just do whatever the fuck you want, narrator.
Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough. Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
Ouch.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. It's rather rude to show up in somebody else's body and boss it around like this.
It is rude to lock someone away in the dark to face it forever. It is rude to leave someone to rot.
Kind of hard to hear. Can you speak up?
We were gonna let you out of here. That's the whole reason we marched all the way back up to the cabin. Were we? I was.
I know you were, but you were going to do it for the wrong reasons.
And what reasons are those supposed to be? Nobody should be able to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Weren't you all of those things for me? I can grasp the shape of everything you think and feel. You think you are numb, but you are hopeless and paranoid. You are afraid of me.
She got inside my head just to call me out for how cringe I actually was. Fuck.
And I don't feel regret, even in the recesses of your soul. There is not a drop of sympathy to be found.
We weren't always like this.
All I'm doing is reaping what you've sown.
We don't have to let her out. I've been storing up a little bit of will since she forced her way in here. Take it and throw us all into the basement. It's better than giving her what she wants.
Voice of the paranoid guaranteed goat. Alright, throw yourself into the void? We did that last time. I guess.
You wouldn't dare. Move now.
Your body,
Ow.
Still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
The abyss.
Oh yeah, it's basement time.
Do it.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss.
I won't let you do this.
Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. We're putting in everything we have.
I'm giving it all she's got, Captain.
You're not. You're thinking too much about how she's hurting us. You're thinking too much about your body. It's just a body.
Yes, it's just a body now. But I need to do so many terrible things to you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Next one we all go. 1, 2, 3. You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Legs, 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 legs. That's the new chat. Pretty much. Leg.
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall. We did it! We actually did it!
Yeah, this didn't end well. Wonder what kind of fucking relationship this is an allegory for. Jesus Christ. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear about it.
Yes, we've really shown them all, haven't we?
You ever just, like, trap the pain within yourself and throw you both into an abyss rather than let it reach the outside world? Damn. That's rough, buddy.
I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now? But I want to know what he thinks happens now. Why? What do you know that you're not telling us?
Yeah.
You left. Gone. It's just you and you and you and me. Idiot.
Narrator died? Oh wait. The long quiet. Oh, we're back to this. Terminal velocity ceases and you feel a something, a mass and a growth torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment.
What's happening to me?
Hand. God, these last two are pretty fucking... It's some tonal whiplash, right? Here's my waifu. Here's a demon of pure pain and, resentment. Enjoy. Mix them together. I just gave her fucking Omega Flowey. But you don't answer her before she's gone, and you feel a resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror up there. Why is it here? Why now?
There's one that hates you more? That's awesome. Let's just get it over with this time. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's calling us. And not in a good way. Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Do it. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Oh. That seems bad, actually. Whoa, that's a crow. Look, it's a crow! But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Aha. Aha. The narrator is back. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Oh, this is something, alright. That's an eyeball. Oh boy. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? There's a lot of questions. Wow. Okay, let's start at the top here. Hi, narrator.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Do I get limited questions? Oh god. If you're not me, then what are you? That's a good question.
I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
What? Somebody made you, and I'm what's left of him. Are we talking like meta commentary, the dev, or like... I'm honestly not sure what that means. I don't know who makes me. You know that it's a him. I'm not the only one who can make that claim. You've met many like... How can multiple people be the creator of me? That's actually confusing. Does it hurt when pieces break off? I don't care. I have so many questions. Have you been the same you? I've heard his answer to that question. It was just like gibberish. If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Oh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. To rid the world of death. I'm the long quiet. The end sequences are in the long quiet, so that's in me. Self-reflection confirmed. But I'm the god. I rid the world. What does that mean? What is this part? Well, shit. Okay. A god. I always knew I was special. Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different? There's so many questions. Are you a god or were you a god? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What was I supposed to see? Did you make her too? Who cares about dying? I've died plenty. How am I supposed to rid the world of death? That's a good question.
By slaying the princess. Once she's gone, everyone will get to exist exactly as they are. No more fear, no more howling chaos, just life. Forever.
Is the princess death? I think the princess is more than that, but it seems to be saying the princess is as good as death itself. Did you make the princess?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Okay, that's a lot. That's kind of what it felt like. She is transformation. Change is death. We already knew that. Kind of, like, metaphorically, I mean, like when you change from one thing to another, old self dies, new self exists. That's what narrator was talking about right before. That's what he was yapping about. It's like, I am the same narrator, but as soon as we had this conversation, I'm now different. I've become a different person because of this new event. So when the narrator says rid the world of death, he means rid the world of change because they're metaphorically comparable. Okay, her nature is why I had to die. She becomes that which others can perceive her to be. You're an echo, you can't perceive things. I'm not sure what that's getting at.
So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
No kidding. You were tucked into the folds of the construct. So the narrator's saying that I think he has to die just in general. Like, he can't do it himself because he's an echo. That, fair enough, but like, okay, whatever. Do you have anything to say for yourself? If I destroy her, won't I be alone? If you've made us, I want you to know this has been torture. Do you think anyone deserves to live? They keep adding more questions. I guess that's why we have to wait forever if we kill her, is because that's the goal, is to just have nothing happen forever. So we inherently have to wait forever. Okay, checks out. Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us? Is there anyone else? That's a good question. Why did you make her a princess? Of all things, a princess. Why couldn't it be a slice of soggy bread? How do I destroy an abstract concept? Do they know what you want me to do to them? What is the metaphysics here? What is outside the construct? What is the construct?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion.
Is there a metaphysics here? Like, I'm getting a different... I thought this was all just a very introspective kind of allegory going on, but, like, the narrator's hinting at some sort of greater structure to the cosmos.
when the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Okay, that doesn't explain shit. Has every narrator been different? I kind of want to know.
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
Oh, okay. Sure.
But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
What's at the bottom again? If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I will her into something small? How did you die? God, there's so many fucking questions. I could just destroy the mirror. Say, I'm bored with this. Fuck off. This is an interesting question.
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore.
Did I before? Like, half an hour ago, did I?
And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
This is torture. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
What is this, one shot? I don't literally understand what you're saying right now. He's answered that indirectly. Were you a god?
No. In life, I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. So I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both.
I think you're at a time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. I haven't decided what to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all this. Yeah, I still do. I want to see what Hand Lady has to say. Hand Lady's cool. I don't really get what you're on about, to be honest. Like, I'm not as invested in, like, the metaphysics of your constructed universe as, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck kind of thematic shit the Hand Lady was going on about.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
I never come back.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Snow cabin. Are these feathers? I think they're feathers. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Whoa.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
That is a shifting mound.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the echo? Did you hear a conversation? I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
What does that mean?
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now? Should we fix her? We're not fixing shit, chat, dude. We're not fixing shit. This is like an eldritch god. You don't fix that.
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
We have a metaphysical dualism. We have unity becoming bifurcated into two opposing halves.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories you left unfinished. Can you really just leave? Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice. You were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? That's a good question.
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Uh-oh.
Flesh is a vehicle, and to destroy the flesh is to strand the spirit. With violence you stranded me, and with violence I sought to twist your flesh back into mine.
Oh boy.
Forced between choosing your death and forfeiting your body, you chose agency. But agency requires action, and action requires endless tapestry of events. In your final moments would you remove action itself from reality?
Can I... I don't understand the question. Address the statements. Appeal to shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about. Reject authority. You've done nothing but lecture me. Argue independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you. I've existed without you. Reject her perspective. Oh, this is getting real heavy real fast. Appeal to shared humanity. Yeah.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp?
Oh. Expand? This has always just been about two people forced to hurt each other again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other. What does this mean? I have no desire to hide, but truth can be made better. If destroying you is what it takes, so be it. If you sought the truth, then will you hide from it now? No? I feel a bit overwhelmed here. Brain hurty. It's hard to argue with a god.
Then don't. Leave with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are.
I want to leave with you. You need to see things from my perspective. Let's do it.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
My mass is mobbing. There is no beginning to them, and there is no end. And there is no end. There is only the flood of bodies. There is only the flood of bodies. In every moment you hold every possible sensation at once. And then you hold them all again. Sensation at once. And then you hold them all again.
Yikes. It's a yikes for me.
But in the end, you reflected it back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything.
Holy shit.
We can be everything again. We can weave a beautiful and endless song.
To contain everything is to contain evil alongside every good. Can we not shed the confines of our old selves and create? I couldn't understand you then, but I think I understand you now. You seemed in pain. To be everything is the same as being nothing. Why would either of us want that? I don't know, dude. I'm kind of adrift here. This accelerated more quickly than I was prepared for. I'm not sure what's going on. That's why humanity is appealing.
you cling to your emotion, pain is suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict. A shiver passes through you as unseen fingers dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they don't return it. I offer you absolution, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption.
There's no need to keep fighting, I'll leave. I won't engage with violence. This whole thing has been violence. But without redemption, there can be no sin. I would sacrifice everything to free you again. I don't know if the statement means anything, let alone if I agree with the statement. Okay, let's back up for a sec. Are we arguing about whether or not I killed the lady? The shifting mound? Because that just seems like a bad idea. Or not? What are we arguing about? It's hard to argue if I don't understand what we're arguing about. Like, these are just words. Is death necessary for life to have meaning? Is that what it's fucking asking? I didn't get that. Can I just yell at her to stop lecturing me so much? Like, I don't like any of these options. I just don't feel strongly enough about any of these options. She wants to be released. Well, I think I ultimately want to, but...
What you mistake for lecture is merely observation. I only want to help you. You can vainly struggle against me, or you can follow the rhythm of our movement and find our freedom.
Is the person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that fear it.
Oh yeah. I am not my body, but I feel my body suffer. I am not my body, but perhaps others are theirs. I don't fear death, not anymore. But what am I if not a body?
You are you.
I feel like she dodged the question. As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
What do you mean I can't be a centrist? There's no option to be a centrist. That's not allowed. It's easy to believe the things you believe when you sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? Yeah, what does?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go. It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
Fight for a better world, slay the princess. I can't let everything die, slay the princess. Your cruelty, slay the princess. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. Some secret third thing, centrist. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. That's true. Where does that lead? All the options are to slay the princess. There literally is a centrist option.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
The voices, hey. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
That checks out. You have no idea how good it is to hear you. That's gonna be real. I'm kind of feeling that.
It's good to be here.
Got any advice?
She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence.
Yeah, maybe that's
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
Do the Undertale? Wait, there's still something resonating within Asriel's soul. Someone has to be saved.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Then let's go.
Oh, there's shit happening.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess a little after that.
Do you need me to describe things?
For old time's sake, yeah. Is it just you and me? Did anyone else make it?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Huh. Is the narrator really gone? I think he's really gone. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows.
Love windows.
There's no mirror, either.
They're filled
I think
with
you broke it.
Princesses.
And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Am I trying to find a middle ground? I'm trying to learn what's going on. I don't feel like I was making informed decisions. This wasn't leading to what I thought it was leading to, and I find myself unprepared by the conclusion, so yes, I'll take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Yeah, she sounded kind of sassy.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
Continue.
And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are, knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you finally decided to kill me?
The princess is telling me not to be a centrist. I'm not trying to be a centrist. Since when does wanting to know what the fuck's happening make you a centrist? Just like, oh yeah, I'll leave with the, like, I don't even know what's happening. That's not a centrist, that's an idiot. That's a gullible pawn. Who just clicks on options because they sound cool.
You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
Yeah, there she is, princess. You need to stop playing the game for... I think you said you meant to say you need to stop playing the game for a sec, but you typed you need to stop playing the game for sex. I love that, like, the idea that someone got through the whole game just thinking that it was a dating simulator, and at this point they're like, hey chat, when do I get to fuck the princess? I thought I got... Isn't that what this was building toward? When do I get to have sex with the princess, chat? You just turned into like an omniversal deity and shit. Like, I represent all things and the capacity for change in the universe. Oh, that's the Lay the Princess DLC. Oops. You need to stop playing the game for sex. Are you the same as you were out there? Yeah.
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
Who the fuck is yourself? I don't want to have to slay you, but I don't know what the other options are. Literally, I don't. Explain them.
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out? What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right?
Well, that's not really what I was suggesting.
So, make me put it all back. Make me fix the Echo's construct and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened.
I can see what that's leading into.
Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
I could do it too. I could wipe my save data and app data. Okay. Would resetting do anything to help them, the people out there who exist, the people I keep being told exist? I don't want to forget you. This is an interesting problem. I think I am supposed... Is this like a trolley? To what extent is this game a trolley problem? Is this just like a hypothetical philosophical spitball? I don't really get it as well from that angle. Like, I'm not really picking up what it's laying down. I don't want to forget you. Have we done this before? It's a very Undertale. I don't want to be alone again. Is it too late to go back to being a god? Gotta be a god. Just kill her. Why is that an option? Just stab her without thinking anymore. I'll wait for you to finish to say my take. Oh boy, that could take a while at this rate. You didn't think the game was hard to follow until you what? Like, if this is, I get the general premise. This is a question you can ask. Does life have meaning without death? Is immortality okay? But this is like, what fucks me up is it always gets bogged down in the particulars. It's like, it's hard to construct a model of that situation like the game is doing, where you don't get bogged down in particulars. The same can be said of Outer Wilds, for example. The same kind of applies to One Shot. Where what ends up being more relevant to you, answering this question as part of a story, you don't answer the philosophical question, you answer this specific version of it. And what you're thinking about isn't the philosophy, it's how you feel about the particular things in the story, how it was told to you in the work of media. Like, you're invested in certain elements, like the things that you've seen and experienced matter much more to you than the abstract concepts, and so you prioritize that, which makes the whole question kind of ring hollow, like if you're going to answer it in a really abstract sense. Which is why I kind of don't like doing it. Like, if you want to know whether I think that life has meaning without death, then, like, ask me when I'm at a bar after 2 beers, and I'll give you the most honest answer I can, right? Through this context, I struggle to make sense of it. I do know it, yeah, I'm trying to prove to chat that I'm not just confused, like, I understand what's being asked of me, I'm just having trouble coming to terms with how the game is articulating it, and making sense of the particulars. Treat me to dinner first is what I'm saying, princess. But yeah, we've been given a scenario here where the question isn't, do we need death for the universe to exist? It's like the universe was already dying, where we've been given, like, for some reason, this is the end of days, this is the heat death, this is the apocalypse. Like, what is the alternative? Like, just stasis? Just keep him in stasis or some shit? Is that good? What does that mean? The construct. What is the construct? Is it like a little metal box that whirs away in a table and, like, causes causality to change? Yeah, there's gonna be, like, new universes and shit. Like, but it sounded like the universe was dying anyway. Like, that was the whole point. Like, what does it mean to make it stop dying? Like, to remove entropy? That's kind of like I don't think that you can have a meaningful existence without progressing toward a new state. And that if that new state involves some sense of entropy that eventually brings things to its death, then I am in agreement, I suppose, that death is required for any kind of, like, experience, at least over a long time scale. Like, it comes down to, like, an exhaustion of possibilities. If you've exhausted every possibility over the course of a lived experience, then you can no longer really keep living meaningfully, and that sort of is equivalent to death. But, like, that's usually not super relevant, because you only get to live for, like, 100 years anyway, then you die. When you apply this to, like, a universe itself, is it meaningful to keep a universe existing for the sake of other ones? I don't know. It kind of doesn't matter. It's a universe. Like, one is as good as any other. Outson missed the crux of this. He doesn't get it at all. It's kind of like Outer Wilds. Well, entanglement of death and change. I mean, I was talking about like on vastly large timescales in a cosmic sense. They seem to be inextricable to me in a way, but like that's not relevant to mortals. Let's just fuck it. Let's stop talking about the game and just start talking to philosophy, because that's what it wants. There's a pretty stark divide you see between world philosophies, belief systems, so on and so forth, whether immortality is good or bad. This was the cyber Buddhism and Rain World. This is Everhood. It comes up everywhere constantly. $2 from Red, by the way. Okay, there is another way. Enter the basement without the knife. Well, it's too late for that, I think. But bit late for that. We're talking about metaphysics now. I don't think the knife figures in here. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, okay, immortality versus death. I don't think that death, as it's known to us, mortal humans, 100-year lifespan, then you die, I don't think that matters. You don't need that to have a meaningful existence, like not even close. When people talk about immortality being a burden and a curse, they talk about usually petty bullshit, like being alive for a few hundred years, the vampire stories, being alive for a few thousand years. I have a great deal of confidence that a human being could lead a meaningful life for thousands of years without getting bored or some shit. But once you get into the timescales of millions, billions, like cosmological timescales, then I think you run into ambiguous territory where literally the potential to experience new things becomes so scant and vague over time, and like you run out of things to not make your existence into an endless cycle just because of the vastness of the numbers involved. And over great swaths of time, you will eventually run out of things to add to your existence until sort of entering a loop, and then effectively you will die. In that sense, that I think that infinite existence that is equivalent to life is not really, it doesn't make sense to consider. Have you read a book you've already read and realized you forgot most of it? Yes, but I'm talking about if you read that book twice and then again and then the fourth time and then do that an arbitrary number of times, eventually the experience of reading the new book again and again is going to converge toward a point, a loop. Effectively what I'm saying is that it converges. The only sense that immortality can exist after a large enough time scale is the same as if you lived for say just X number of years and then reset your memory and then lived out those same years again. Like, because the memories were deleted, it will feel novel to you. It's the same existence though, and that's essentially what you've achieved is reincarnation at that point. Like, it's the definitions break down over time, and it doesn't really matter. The reason I love all this is that it doesn't fucking matter, because we die after 100 years anyway, and we'll never reach these time scales. We don't have to worry about it. My ultimate point is that immortality in some abstract, extreme, godlike sense may be undesirable or unattainable, but that's not a problem. That's only a problem we reach if we solve a whole bunch of much more relevant problems. And you don't need to worry about that. That's not something that you as a human need to care or think about at all, ever. Unless you really want to. I don't fucking know. Buddhists are built different or some shit like that. But you can see why I'm struggling so much with this game's premise. It's like asking all this shit to be compressed into like dialogue choices. You are your consciousness, not your memory? Your memory is part of your consciousness. If you have amnesia, am I gone? Yeah, the you that didn't have amnesia is gone. You're basically a new person. You might as well be a new person, yeah. Like, is that different than dying and being reincarnated? Like, you wouldn't know that it happened. I'm not really interested in that hypothetical, though. It's a pointless hypothetical. Like, all this is pointless. What defines you? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Why do I have to answer that question? I'm saying that all this is pointless to think about, and it doesn't matter. The game is asking me to consider this on the scale of universes and infinite time and eternity, and that's when I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. It almost doesn't matter at that point. You'd be the same quirky creature you are even if you forgot everything. I don't think you can separate memory and the hardware. I think it's the same thing. Like your brain has a structure, but the actual consciousness in the brain is impulses, it's experience. And I don't think it's separable. You can't neatly cut it. Like, I honestly think that, like, it's a bit of a pointless philosophical hair split, but like, myself as a 10-year-old is not meaningfully the same person as me now. Like, we're different. We think differently. We have different perceptions. But again, this is all pointless. None of this matters, and you don't have to think about it. And in fact, I chose not to think about it unless I'm poked by a game over and over again to say you have to think about this now. Explain it to the chat, please. I legitimately don't think there's any point considering this in day-to-day life, because it just wastes time and makes people upset. I'm going to stop even answering questions from chat now, actually, because this is just pissing me off at this point. Like, this is shit I did in middle school. I thought about this in middle school till I was exhausted, and then I decided that was pointless. I'm not going to think about this anymore. Free or kill the lady? I think we free the lady. Vague philosophical debate won't help the game, but that's what the game wants from me. It wants the vague philosophical debate, and I don't really like it. I don't like philosophical debate. But I'm being forced into it by the game. If you continue to exist, I don't want to forget you. Can I just say no? Let's go back to being a god.
Yeah, I think it's too late for that. But maybe next time. That's sweet. But unless you do, the whole world ends, right? Not like I care, but it seems important to you.
I need to load to say no? I'm not loading. I don't get this. I feel like I've just derailed myself completely. We're losing him, chat. You are. I'm losing myself. I don't understand why it's too late to be. I don't know either. This is really weird to do in conjunction with a chat. Do I care about the hypothetical people? I don't give a shit about the people. They are and remain hypothetical. They have always been hypothetical. I thought they were a construction by the narrator for a long time. I was like, what the fuck do you mean people? I had already internalized that those weren't part of the factor, or weren't part of the equation.
And if we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
Isn't that not already what the narrator wanted? I don't want to slay the princess. Slay the woman. Agreeing to her plan just resets the game. Like, that doesn't accomplish anything. What does killing her mean again? Fuck, the most direct way to communicate this with you, Outsin, is in Outer Wilds spoilers, so I can't do that over this channel of public communication. I think I've actually, like, fucked myself out of not slaying the princess somehow. I'm not sure how I got here. The princess will play Outer Wilds if I kill her. Okay, that's tempting, though. I guess it's a do-over. I think this is fucked. I think we need a do-over. It's the only way.
Okay, if this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side.
I guess so.
She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
What's she gonna do? Kill me? I love you. It seems appropriate somehow.
Oh, I love you too.
Then she stabs me. Oh, that was real quick.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Okay. Shut the oh my god. Yep. That super was an ending. Yeah, the taking the blade is the false dichotomy ending. Fucked up, man. The narrator made it sound like you have to kill the princess in every universe to defeat the heat death. No, that's not it. I don't know. I literally don't understand the metaphysical angle of this yet. Like, why were we looping in the first place? It's like I had to rebuild the shifting mound to actually kill her? Oh yeah, I'm out of auto loads, I think. Just play Umineko. Yeah, sure. Great suggestion. That's just, what, 50 streams or something? You're supposed to take the blade if you want to avoid philosophy, or you're not supposed to. That doesn't avoid philosophy. I was leaning toward, okay, sure, assume apotheosis, just let the shit free. This seems like a stupid idea. Trying to stop death. Wow, that seems like kind of a stupid idea. Like, globally, the concept as a universal concept, just like stop change from ever happening in the universe. What a good fucking idea, narrator. That always works in fiction. So yeah, I probably would have freed the princess. I didn't have the option to. I was kind of just beating around the bush because I wanted to figure out like what was going on before I made the call, so I had some, you know, justification for what I was trying to do. Your choice was to ignore all the philosophy shit and talk to her as a person. Oh, that's what I mean about it getting muddled, though, is because that's all I really cared about. Like, I'm gonna be real. Once the game brought in the trolley problem, the moral dilemma, the dichotomy, death versus change and life and shit. It didn't prep me to care about that stuff. It didn't prime me for that. I was like, I don't know what's happening anymore. I kind of instantly stopped caring, actually, which is why I sound kind of agitated right now. But I just wasn't expecting it to keep going in that direction. There are hints? I mean, sure, but like I didn't want to see the hints because I was like, I don't want the game to go in that direction. I don't care. Like I fundamentally, if I didn't articulate that clearly enough yet, I do not care about the hypothetical question. I choose not to answer it. I don't like answering it. I think it's pointless. But the game wants me to answer it, and so like, I don't know. This is a unique, more advanced form of gamer rage. That's kind of funny. Well, chat wasn't really yelling. I was barely reading chat during the final part, to be honest. If anything, I was looking at chat just for some guidance, but it's not over yet? I mean, it restarted, so by definition, it's not over yet. I could do another full playthrough of this just to... because there's definitely enough routes to do another one if I didn't repeat actions, right? It seems like there's a lot of routes. You completely disagree with Andrew. What do you even disagree with me about? What have I even said that can be disagreed with and is not a subjective stance? There is a lot. It might be a fake reset? I disagree that it's pointless to think about the death thing. In this context, I 100% believe that it is. Like, just... how hard is it to live 100 years and then die? Literally, how hard is it to do that? You don't need to answer this question to do that. I promise that you don't. It won't matter in the end. You'll be fine. You can make a whole bunch of other decisions, answer all sorts of other questions without answering this one. And then you die, and then it's fine. It'll be great. Free advice, chat. You don't have to take it, but that's my advice. No, half-bred, that's not the question. I thought I made myself clear on this. This question that the game is asking is not relevant to if we can defeat death with science. It is not relevant to prolonging human lifespans. It is relevant to eternity and the rise and fall of universes, and like fundamentally, philosophically, if death as a concept is what drives the meaning of life. And that, I think, is a stupid question. I think prolonging human life is a completely different question, because it doesn't happen to any of this. It's an angle to examine the question. I don't think it's a useful one. This matter, yeah, the pitch summarizes it well, yeah. There's a cosmic level versus a personal level. I don't think they intersect very much, personally. Question made more sense to Whim in comparison to relationships and what to do if all you care about is the spark. I'm not sure what that means. Approaching the game as the question does not matter is a dishonest way to approach it. What do you mean it's dishonest? What the fuck do you mean it's dishonest? This is my honest reaction. What? How do I be dishonest? If I was going to be dishonest, I would pretend to enjoy this. And that's too harsh. I enjoyed the game. I would pretend to be vibing with the ending. This is honest. What do you mean? You don't think the game cares about the cosmic level? That seemed to be what it was asking me. The shifting mound is arguing for her right to exist, but the right to exist is the cosmological question. That's how the whole thing was framed. I feel like you're in the lore pit right now. This is why I don't go in the lore pit, dude. It's because I kind of get tired of arguing about hypotheticals in circles after long enough. Give Lore Pit slay the princess. This game is philosophical debate bait. It's bait bait. I'm master debating, dude. I don't know. This is just a denouement right now. I'm just like, the game is over. I'm not going to play any more of the game. It ended. The game ended. But I'm just trying to decide if I want to do like another pass at this. To do, because I don't want to just like reload and get the ending. That's kind of meaningless at this point. There are 30 routes. That is a lot of routes. Yeah, the game is... I didn't even say that. That was someone in chat said the game is bait for philosophy. I'm saying that I'm not interested in answering the question. Like, you can't disagree with that. My answer is that I'm not interested in the quandary this game is posing. And I guess the reason I'm so like kind of high-strung about this is because I'm disappointed that the game did turn into that quandary. I thought it would go in a direction that held more interest to me personally, and that's all it really amounts to. I feel kind of let down, and I'm struggling to hide that, I guess. What was I expecting? I was expecting all in, this game is about, that's a love story. It is about relationships between people, and that is it. It doesn't try to widen the scope more than that. It drills as deep into that as it possibly can, and that's all it has to say. Because I really thought it was set up well to do that. Like, I was feeling it, you know? I thought it had a good framework, it had a good toolkit laid out to really dissect shit like that. And the fact, like, that's clearly an angle in the game. It's a parallel to this, but like the fact that that's not its ultimate, even if, I know if I didn't take the knife, okay, we could spin it in that direction, but like the existence of the narrator, the existence of the construct, and this idea of an external universe and a moral quandary, that ruins it for me. It's like, what's the point of this? Like, all that shit is like, that shit is pointless, but it's pointless for a reason that is due to the storytelling, not like objectively. Like, if you just have to take the situation at face value that the game's telling you about, then that is what matters. And it's kind of hard to refocus on that other element of it that feels more personal. It seemed like one of the endings could have been just rejecting that, like just rejecting all the philosophical shit, but that also feels like it rings hollow at that point, because that's then refusing to engage with the game as it's being pitched to you. So I don't really like that option either. The lesson is save your game. Even if there was a save to reload, I would refuse to do that. I committed sort of implicitly at the start that I'm not going to reload saves because the game said that I wouldn't need to. And I was like, okay, if that's how the game's designed, I'm going to trust it. I'm not going to reload saves. You guys don't get it, says Outson. Is Outson going to come and save me? Does Outson get me? I'm curious what Outson's going to say. They didn't build autosaves for no reason? No, they did. Like, they didn't build autosaves. That's part of the engine. They literally are here for no reason. Like, the last game I streamed was Kissy Cutie, which was an Undertale fan game made by amateurs, and it had this exact same save load screen. This literally exists for no reason. I don't even think autosaves are supposed to be part of this game intrinsically. It's really funny, actually, but it's really funny how coming off of Kissy Cutie, we get this immediately. Because I feel like I didn't have the same reaction to Kissy Cutie. That was more just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? The game had a different boss fight at the start? Oh, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, that's the headline. That's going to be like the article. This just in, breaking news. Streamer plays Slay the Princess after Kissy Cutie and is disappointed. Fails to live up to 5-year-old Undertale fan game. That's really funny. Outson was too busy drawing to get the intricacies of the narrative reveal. So did you miss the conversation with, like, the narrator in the mirror? Is that the part you missed? Because that's sort of like the big lore dump. When you get, like, the narrator's backstory and how, like, this whole game is a construct to subvert the end of a universe, basically, to withhold the concept of death. You, the player character, is the Long Quiet, a god created by the narrator to kill change itself, to prevent the end of a universe, essentially. Or that's basically what he was telling us. I think that's pretty literally accurate. There was an end of everything update. You personally agreed that it ruined the finale. That's fascinating. That's really interesting. Really interesting. Yeah, okay, well, I think mostly I've exhausted everything I have to say, and going further would just be going in loops. We'll do stream art. I'm curious what people have drawn for this. Next stream is not going to be, probably not a VN, no. Next stream, I don't know, it depends if I want to play more of Mel's, well, this wasn't like a funny lesbian game. It's not really very lesbian, but the Little Goody Two Shoes game could be funny. Or even, I know this would make Outson happy, is wrapping all the way back and doing Signalis finally, because I keep seeing memes about that game. What, does credits? I reset the game. Why would I get credits? Like, I chose the ending that literally just resets the game. I have to resolve whether or not it's a fake reset? I guess I could. Just see what happens?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What are you talking about? These the same options? I don't see any new ones. Just leave. Huh! Wait, what? Does every option lead to the credits? It'd be pretty funny if that option always did that and I just never clicked it. That's probably not what it is, but oh my god. What a wacky game. They had Patreon? The game has a Patreon? How does that work? That's not a model that I've heard of. Am I gonna finish fan game dumpster diving? Not anytime soon. Kissy Cutie kind of made that a whole different thing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Oh, so this is your route that you took, basically. I mean, I don't need a screenshot, I have a live stream VOD. That's cool. Undertale 2, though. Maybe eventually. If I play Undertale 2 now, after Kissy Cutie, do you really think it's going to hold up to Kissy Cutie? We need to give that some time, okay? Just let me restore to normalcy for a while. Join the Discord, join the mailing list, join the subreddit, follow us somewhere else. I'll join the subreddit and talk about debate Redditors about metaphysical philosophy. That sounds like fucking such a good time, doesn't it? Join the which ending did you choose eternal debate thread, 470,000 posts locked by moderators. That'll be fucking awesome. No game will ever hold up to Kissy Cutie again. Okay, now streamer. Now streamer. Kissy Cutie was less of a game than an experience. I agree, chat. It was an experience. Why was this so stressful at the end? 'Cause, well, the answer is pretty simple. The game didn't go the direction I thought it would, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the ending. That's a very short answer. That's why it was stressful. And I'm sorry, but you know, it'll happen sometimes in a live reaction. Like, I'd rather react strongly or negatively than like try to... Oh, wait, something's happening. Well, this happened. I waited too long on the title screen and I got this shit. That's kind of cool. I don't know why I did that. Anyway. I have to get my bearings again. Okay. I want to keep the music running. I'll just leave it minimized. Fury of a Shattered Mirror is a Disco Elysium X Slay the Princess crossover fanfic. Oh my god, that sounds crazy. You were referencing it and people thought you were a bot. Oh, that was it. That sounds kind of fascinating. I may be tempted. I don't always read fan fiction, but when I do, it's gotta be peak, you know? That does sound kind of crazy though. I hope it's just the voices arguing with each other. Like there's no physical setting at all. It's just a bunch of disembodied, intrusive thoughts yelling at each other. That would be awesome. Okay, let's see arts and crafts. Arts and crafts. Decompress, decompress, decompress. I'm kind of, you know, high-strung after that. I feel a lot of compression. Oh, I think this is the first piece of art. Nice. I'll share it in just a second. Wait. And check that out. Okay. We're in. Relax your shoulders. Okay, I'm doing it. I don't just like bad fan fiction. I often talk about that career new author who convinced me single-handedly that fan fiction was a medium that wasn't just cringe. It could be good. So some of the most honestly emotional experiences I've had reading fiction have come from fanfics. And that is objectively embarrassing to admit, but I'm kind of past the point of trying to hide that at this point in my life. The trick with fanfic, right? Let me just wax poetical for a second. Is that it piggybacks and springboards off of something you're already invested in. Like a given fanfiction isn't going to be so well written to cause the type of emotional reaction that they potentially can. It's because that it's compounding your existing emotions toward a piece of media that you resonate with. So even something that's decently written and isn't the best thing in the world can still have a very strong impact on you in that case. I think that's why it's so unique as a medium. By the way, this art was made by Bad Username.
Good look at this guy.
That was me talking about the inherent comedy of viewing the shifting mound from the hill. Yeah, it kind of looks like Birdly. I've seen a few illustrations of this dude. I knew that he was a Birdman. But, okay, here's Mel's. This is the thumbnail art, but it's worth showing off again. Mel made this. Very close to the original art style. I thought people might have thought that I actually photoshopped the thumbnail. But this is a completely original drawing by Mel. Oh god, no! Fuck. Wait, who is this? Their name is two really small A's. It's just two extremely small A's. This is a Kissy Cutie fucking reference. God damn it. You're on a path in the woods. At the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a human. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it would be the end of monster kind. It's Sans. Slay the racist. We went there. This is basically what Kissy Cutie turned into on several endings. Thona says, you have to kill me, otherwise nothing will improve. That's amazing. Oh wait, okay, this is exciting. What is this? It's a juice animation, which are very good if you're not familiar with juice animations. But it's for a Lethal Company stream from 4 months ago, so like one of the early Fatal Gang streams, I assume. That's exciting. I want to see what this is. I know how to display these in Firefox now.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's a duende, run.
Okay, run.
Is there anywhere to... Oh, for fuck's sake. I forget what the context of this was, but it's awesome. Okay, let me turn in the volume a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's a duende, run.
Okay, run.
Is there anywhere to... Oh, for fuck's sake. I think that was me in Vivat. It sounded like Vivat's voice. There wasn't really much. Oh, you can't hear it? Can you not hear that? I thought it had... desktop audio is running. You can hear it. Okay, good. Extremely good. It's too bad I've forgotten the context for what that was, actually. That's pretty funny. It was one of many similar interactions we've had in Lethal Company, I'm sure. Posting my narrator propaganda. Check this shit out. The princess thinks people are beneath her. Needs to be part of you. Narcissistic. Cliched. Only one person. Monarchist. Kills everyone in the process. Selfish. Is the status quo. Boring. Thinks she knows better. She lies. She cheats. Is entropy. The narrator... there's one point you didn't write down, which is that you can farm this guy in Mogwin Palace for 10,000 runes each, and it's the most efficient farming method in Elden Ring. But also, okay, sacrifices himself so others can live, helps people he can never meet, stronger than the fabric of reality, managed to trap the forces of creation and destruction. That is impressive. I wonder how he did that. Loves life, wants to defeat death. One guy, new and interesting. Even when he's breaking apart, he still does everything he can to ensure they survive. Fights the power. Row, fight the power! Shattered across time and space. Don't bring Gurren Lagann into this. I don't know how the fuck that relates. I don't want to think about it. If anything, isn't narrator more anti-spiral coded? If anything. Mordorus made that. Mordorus made a bunch of shit. What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a shipping diagram. So the OTP, the Moriles ship, is just narrator and the long quiet. Okay. We'll fuck with that. Does anyone know what this one is called? Ghost, I mean, yeah, the ghost had some sort of more platonic energy to it, but we got along well. The black romance, yeah, definitely the step on my neck until I die kind of dommy mommy version, for sure. She did kill me, but in a way that could be interpreted as kind of hot. And if the spades are... I don't know if I agree with this, because this is supposed to be like the narrator was the one who was placating the tension between us two, right? But really, I think the narrator had more of a beef with this one. This is like a weird, fucked up, evil version of the spade quadrant. I don't fully understand it. Or the club quadrant, yeah, you know. Do you think I know Homestuck? Only Homestuck nerds know what these are called. The third one. This is an animation? Let's try this. The world if you kiss the narrator. The world if you kiss the princess. Crazy, dude. Again, I'll reiterate, I didn't understand the ramifications or the situation that was practically facing the denizens of whatever the fuck reality that I was talking about. And also, they weren't introduced in the story in a way that made me care about them, so they basically don't matter. Their lives literally don't matter. Like, I don't care. Like, they can fuck themselves, basically, because they weren't on screen. This is not stream art. That's not stream art. Oh, this is stream art. Momo made this shit. Check it out. Andrew, your life is worth nothing, Cunningham. Incorrect. I am Andrew, your life is worth nothing if the narrative medium in which we exist failed to cause me to care about you, Cunningham. That was my legitimate take on One Shot. That was my approach to its ending, without directly spoiling what the ending was. That was very much the mindset that I brought. Pug-looking ass, yeah. So when you Flanderize your love interest into a literal pug, so that she'll have to cater to your whims. Horrifying. I'm not a one-shot fan? No, I did like one-shot. Just, you know, one-shot gives you the choice. And that was my approach to the choice. The guiding principle. Although I did like Solstice better. Once again, I'm not a fan of arbitrary moral dichotomies. I don't think we can fix her, guy. This is the narrator, I assume. I told you. We can't even fix ourselves. It's pointless. This is a crazy looking bird dude here. I look like a really B-list superhero. Like a super Silver Age superhero. It's like... I just got like a skin suit and covered myself in feathers. You used to draw a lot of harpy dudes. Oh, that's very specific. I won't question that though, it's cool, but like, specifically harpy dudes. Outsin. Jesus Christ. What's going on with any of this? Let's take this in piece by piece. This is Hero, the voice of the hero, and the narrator is Ralsei. Oh, I'll be sure about this.
Fucking kill her, Chris. I'm gonna run her over with my Mercedes-Benz. If you don't stab her right now.
And okay, Birdly is that's good. The fuck is that? Is this Gastra wearing the nightmare mask? Jesus. You know, this game would have been better and easier to parse philosophically if they replaced at least half of the characters with Gaster, so that I could have just gone like, oh yeah, Gaster would do that. Oh yeah, that's Gaster core. It would have been really just a lot simpler. I'm scared of this one. I'm scared of that one. Let's go over here first. I see it. This is a reference to something I don't get, I think, immediately. That's my impression, is that I don't get this is a reference to something. Unless it's like Oedipus Rex. I see it all. Okay, let's look at the fucking middle one. Yeah. Yeah, it's about right. God damn it, Birdly. Why is he dressed like a Franciscan monk? What, that makes it worse somehow. He's dressed like Friar Tuck. That's the broken... Yeah, this was cool too. I liked this princess. Like, yum, I just ate my arm. Nom nom nom. This is the impression that many people on my Discord server try and often fail to pull off with their general disposition and aesthetic. I think this is an ideal held by many but achieved by few. Oh, hi again, Gaster. Yeah, as cursed as I'd expect, Outsin, these are fucked. Yeah, these are fucked up. Okay, there's more though. Boraniac presents the pristine Glock. If that knife is the only weapon you'll have to get close enough to... Oh. Hi, Frisk. How's it going? It's more of a Clover move. That's the voice of the really cold, the stone cold Steve Austin, is when you just shoot her between the eyes before she can say anything. You come in there like a SWAT team. You flashbang the room before you enter, then you shoot her up. No communication possible. You're trying to parse this via the art recap? Yeah, don't. Shit. Ryuwu:*P submits this for perusal.
I just want to make you happy.
She's 2 apples tall. A complete boneless, skinless, spineless blorbo. Solid plushy material all the way through. No flesh or bones. Oh, correction to the crown. Yeah, it's better now. Neb. I think this is the last piece of stream art. The first few minutes of the Heaven Princess scene. Oh god, hope, despair, action, change, love and violence. Yeah, so true. That's a really good, just like, kind of emotionless Tesla, just struggling to parse Tesla. Very good Tesla overall. The beady little Scooby-Doo eyes are awesome. What a mood. I feel exhausted after that. I feel genuinely exhausted. Tesla's so genuine. Yeah. It's EP time. Yeah, that's the stream. It's over. It ended. Woo! I don't even know what next stream is going to be. I don't think I'm going to do that all again. It seems like I kind of want to. Like, going through the routes is fun and interesting, but like, I kind of want to leave it at that also. There's a million other Let's Plays you could watch. Other people will do other decisions and stuff. I think keeping it at like one experience is how I'd prefer it, though. I've already kind of had the experience of retreading a VN a million times to get the endings. I'd rather avoid that for a while. Yeah, play more Kissy Cutie instead. I can do it on my own too. Yeah, honestly, I might enjoy it more on my own. That's also true. Or make the 1 in a million dice roll to actually replay in Stars in Time after hearing... I think it was Snossib Snob has played Stars in Time recently and was really evangelizing it on my server. And it seems like there really is a lot to it. And I stopped at like a bad point when I played it, but like, I don't know. I'm definitely not going to stream it again. It's just like, I did briefly question if I wanted to maybe play it off stream. Or even to see a playthrough. I think if nothing else, I want to watch a playthrough of that game. But it's quite long. Two Shoes seems good. Yeah, I'm curious what Goody Two Shoes is like. That's a wacky, weird game. It was at GDC in the IGF Pavilion with us, but the devs weren't there, so I couldn't talk to them. So there's that. It could be an unofficial continuation to the GDC recap stream. I'll finally play Goody Two Shoes. Alright, but that's enough for today. That was Slay the Princess. Very intense experience, as I'm sure many people hoped. I liked, like, most of the game. I really did enjoy most of the game. It's just the ending was weird and I couldn't really follow it. I couldn't follow it in the direction the game wanted me to. I could follow it, but I wasn't willing to. Yeah, chill. Night, everyone. And I'll see you next week.